To the City of Santa Clara Council and Authorities, Stadium Authorities concurrent meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Vice Mayor Vice Chair Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Here.
And Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
So we have 4 items on five items on closed session this evening. Is there any public comment regarding any of the closed session items? Clerk, do you see any? I don't.
I don't see any hands. I'm
Written
refreshing.
comment regarding closed session?
I'm refreshing. I don't see any e-comments. And let me just double check the public comment. There's no public comment either.
Okay, we will be adjourning to closed session and we will be back at 6 p.m. for our study session on the Pruneridge Avenue Complete Streets Plan. All right, thank you. We'll adjourn now to closed session. Now I'm going to convene to open session, and we have a 6 p.m. study session on the Pruneridge Avenue Complete Streets Plan. So I'm going to turn this over to, is it Craig Mobeck? Craig, are you the one that's going to be handling this for us?
Yes, I'm going to kick it off tonight. We have our team here from Public Works as well as our
Thank you.
consultant with Alta.
All right, so whenever you're ready, Craig, we're anxious to hear about Pruneridge. Go
All
ahead.
right, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. Thanks for having us tonight. We're here to talk about the Pruneridge Avenue Complete Street Study. And so we've discussed this a few times when we were awarded the grant to complete the study, and also when we awarded the consultant contract to Alta, who helped us prepare concepts and go out to the public. One thing we had heard from Council was do a lot of outreach. There's a lot of different opinions on Pruneridge, and we want to engage the public. So I think you'll see tonight we accomplished that goal by doing various meetings, various outreach events, and we got a lot of good feedback to come up with some concepts for you to review. And we really want to get your input to see what you think about these concepts. They're in line with the bike plan update that we did, and that led us to considering this portion of Pruneridge for potential, lane reduction or reducing parking to accommodate bike lanes. So I'm happy tonight to introduce Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. He's going to go through the presentation with you. We're joined by our Traffic Manager, Jonathan Yee, as well as Jeff Knowles from Alta Planning. So with that, I will turn it over to Mike. Thank you.
Great. So thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Can everybody hear me fine?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mike.
If I could ask the clerk to pull up the presentation that we have. Go to the first slide. So yeah, we got to keep going backwards. Get to the title. While we wait for that, I'd like to just kind of kick off the meeting. So once again, thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Michael Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. It's my pleasure to present information to you today on the Pruneridge Avenue Complete Streets Plan. As Director Mobeck mentioned, this planning effort is looking at a portion of Pruneridge Avenue for possible pedestrian and bicycle improvements. We are well into the 2-year schedule to complete this effort, and we wanted to provide an update on the progress to date and what we've heard from the community so far. So if we can get back to the earlier slides. Maybe having some technical difficulties. Probably like slide 10. Back a few more.
Comms is looking for slide 10. I'm sorry, the PowerPoint doesn't seem to match what we have in hard copy. Give us a second, please.
And I just want to remind the public tonight that this is a study session. We're not taking action. Is that correct, Mike? And
that is correct.
Yes, that's
and
correct.
it's just a study session, so we can hear input and just get this most recent information.
Great. Okay, let's stop here. So here's the agenda for tonight. We're going to quickly go through the history of Pruneridge, talk a little bit about the characteristics. We'll go through project scope, funding, goals, and schedule. We'll do a bit on outreach. As Craig mentioned, there's a lot of outreach that was done. We'll talk a little bit about traffic data in terms of level of service and collision data, speed. We'll talk about our analysis process. I think that was important for information for council during our last discussions on the project. And then we'll get into really the meat of tonight's presentation, which is improving walking conditions and improving bicycling conditions. In these two scenarios, we will talk about options and what we've looked at, and then we'll finish off with the next steps and then questions and answers. We can get to the next slide. Great. So quickly on the history of Pruneridge, we did want to talk about the characteristics and what we've seen over the last several years. So next slide, please. So Pruneridge Avenue is a 3-mile east-west transportation corridor in the southern part of the city, as you can see on the map of the city on the right. It's the red line at the bottom. It's 2 to 4 lanes throughout the corridor and connects to Cupertino on the western border and San Jose on the eastern border of the city. It is worth noting that Pruneridge Avenue is listed as a potential city and cross-county bicycle corridor for the city's recently completed bicycle plan, as well as the countywide bike plan. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's an aerial project map of the Pruneridge corridor. Pruneridge is at the bottom half of the map. Cupertino is on the left. You can see the Apple campus in terms of the circle building, and San Jose is on the right. So what we have noted here are projects along the corridor with either colored dashed lines or numbers in circles. Starting from the right in blue is a dashed line that represents the 2012 Pruneridge Avenue bicycle lanes project from the city's western border to Pomeroy. This is about 0.8 miles long. With this project, we removed a travel lane in each direction to accommodate bicycle lanes. And the red dashed line is the Pruneridge Avenue Complete Streets plan that we are discussing today. This extends from Pomeroy to Winchester. And then currently there are no dedicated bicycle facilities on this portion of Pruneridge, and bicyclists must share the road with vehicles. On the far right is a green dashed line that's very, very small, and that represents San Jose's west heading bicycle project that was completed in 2018. San Jose's project also removed a travel lane in each direction to accommodate bicycle lanes. And then as mentioned earlier, we do have a couple other projects that we worked on in the vicinity, a bicycle improvement project at Lawrence Expressway, as well as a new traffic signal at Cronin Drive. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next 2 slides are going to show some before and after for Pruneridge Avenue related to the city's 2012 bicycle lanes project. In this first slide, you can see that in 2011, Pruneridge Avenue used to be a 4 lanes of traffic with street parking and no bicycle lanes. Slide. So this next picture shows Pruneridge Avenue after the 2012 bicycle lanes project. In this configuration, we changed from 4 to 2 traffic lanes. We did retain parking, installed striped bicycle lanes, as well as installed a 2-way center turn lane. Next slide, please. So now I'd like to give the council and the community some quick background on the Pruneridge Avenue Complete Streets plan. In the next few slides, I'll be going over the project scope, funding goals, and schedule. Next slide, please. So the scope of the Pruneridge Avenue Complete Streets plan is to study 2.2 miles of Pruneridge from Pomeroy to Winchester for possible complete street improvements. It's important to note that this is a plan only and does not include environmental design or construction. We currently don't have any funding allocated for those elements of the project. The city did receive a $350,000 Caltrans planning grant to study Pruneridge, and in November of 2020, council approved an agreement with Alta Planning and Design to help the city with this effort. Alta Planning is very familiar with the city as they helped us prepare the city's bicycle plan update, as well as our first ever pedestrian master plan. Slide, please. The project goals. So this project has several goals. First is to create a complete streets plan for everyone with a focus on bicycle and pedestrian connections while looking at comfort and safety for all users. Second, we would like to analyze traffic, parking, and collisions along the corridor. And third, we would seek community input on the various project options at multiple points in the process. Next slide, please. So here's our project schedule. You can see we're more than 50% done with the effort. On the top, we have 3 rounds of community workshops in green that were completed. And on the bottom, we show the various stages, including information gathering and community surveys, developing roadway concepts, and seeking feedback. We're currently on schedule to complete this project by the fall to the latter part of this year. Next slide, please. As stated earlier, one of the most important aspects of this project is robust community outreach. Here's a quick summary of the outreach today and high level of what we've heard so far. Slide, please. Thank you. So with this slide, This is our summary outreach completed today. In the picture on the right, you can see our project manager, Carol Sherry, principal planner, hosting a project informational booth at a recent city event. So overall, we have mailed approximately 23,000 postcards to stakeholders within a half-mile radius of the corridor, received over 100 emails and messages, and around 1,000 responses to 3 community surveys we posted. We held 5 stakeholder interviews with entities such as the Old Quad, Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition, Apple, as well as the Santa Clara Unified School District. We participated in 6 city committee and commission meetings, hosted project booths at city events, and then and lastly, we conducted 6 online workshops with a total of 259 attendees. As far as community outreach is concerned, I believe we did a pretty robust effort to make sure we connected with folks. Thank you. So we did receive a lot of good community feedback, and with this slide, we grouped the feedback and community priorities based on these 5 common themes. This is based on 590 comments submitted by workshop attendees or received by either voicemail, email, or our online surveys. So at the top, you can see that roughly 50% of those that responded were interested in reducing traffic congestion, 18% with improving bicycle conditions, 15% at calming traffic speeds, improving walking at 13%, and then preserving on-street parking at 4%. Slide, please. Thank you. So now I'd like to summarize traffic data we collected related to collision, speed, and parking. I'm also going to go over how we analyze traffic in terms of congestion. Slide. Thank you. So this slide provides information about reported collisions during the 5-year period from 2016 through 2020. For the 40 collisions during that time period, 4 involved bicycles while 2 involved pedestrians. Slide. Vehicle speed data. We collected vehicle speed data on Pruneridge in February of 2021. Pruneridge has posted a 35-mile-an-hour posted speed limit. And as you can see from the bubbles on this slide, we have between 39 to 50% of drivers exceeding the speed limit. However, it's important to note that in most cases, the 85th percentile speed is around 40 miles an hour. So what that means is that when I say 85th percentile, that means roughly 85% of drivers are driving either 40 miles or less along the corridor. Fairly typical along corridors like Pruneridge. Slide, please. Parking utilization. We collected parking count information for Pruneridge Avenue and adjacent side streets in March of 2021. Counts were taken at 3 times of the day and out on a Saturday. In the table on the slide, we break out the count data for Pruneridge by showing the north side of the street, the south side, and the overall data for the corridor. We also included side streets as well. So overall for Pruneridge, parking utilization was about 18%. This means that on a typical block, there are 8 out of 10 parking spaces available. Slide, please. Traffic analysis process. So now I'd like to briefly go over how we are looking at traffic operations for the project. Our traffic consultant modeled traffic in the project area and analyzed that against the city's traffic operations policy for congestion. I'm sure we all know this, but the city uses level of service, or LOS, as a measure of congestion with scores of A through F, F being the worst, to rank intersections. For the city and county, we have acceptable levels of service scores of D and E, respectively. Of note is that we did collect traffic count data in February 2021 during COVID. Knowing that traffic levels at this time were lower than pre-COVID times, we used historical traffic count information for the area and adjusted new count data to represent pre-COVID traffic volumes. Slide, please. So based on the traffic process I just summarized, we determined the existing level of service for the area. As a reminder, we studied 25 intersections. As you can see from the slide, all the intersections operated at acceptable levels, with the exception of Santa Monica Expressway and Pruneridge Avenue, which operates below acceptable levels during the AM peak travel time. And that's the one red half circle in the middle of the map. Everything in green is considered acceptable. Slide, please. So now that we've covered existing conditions, I'd like to focus on how we can improve walking conditions along Pruneridge Avenue. Right, thank you. Before we talk specifics about Pruneridge, it is important to note that the city does have a recently approved pedestrian master plan that provides tools and a framework for how the city can improve walking as a mode of transportation in our city. Fine. When looking along the corridor, several types of pedestrian improvements were considered. Here are some samples of possible improvements. We have ADA-related improvements, which can include new and updated curb ramps and accessible traffic signals. There's pedestrian signage to alert motorists. We also use enhanced crosswalk markings as visual cues for drivers. Slide. And other possible improvements include building curb radius improvements such as curb bulb outs, as you can see in the pictures. Doing this reduces the amount of time that pedestrians are exposed to vehicular traffic. Finally, our project does note that some areas require further, more detailed traffic engineering studies to determine if additional improvements should be considered. Based on this, our project is recommending various pedestrian improvements to be considered at a majority of the intersections on Pruneridge Avenue. Also noted on this map is that some intersections require coordination with other city agencies such as the county as well as the city of San Jose. In our final report that we will present to the council in the fall, we will include specific recommendations for these intersections. Slide, please. So this part of the presentation will focus on how the city can improve bicycling conditions on Pruneridge Avenue. Different roadway concepts were developed to accommodate dedicated bicycle facilities along the corridor. Based on existing roadway dimensions on Pruneridge, we don't have enough space to accommodate bicycle lanes without making changes to the roadway configuration. These concepts were analyzed with collision speed and congestion in mind. Before we do discuss those concepts, I would like to take a moment to note that our recently approved bicycle plan update recommends that Pruneridge Avenue have buffered bicycle lanes. It's also worth noting that Pruneridge Avenue is listed as the #2 priority in the bike plan. Slide, please. So with this slide, I'd like to summarize the 4 roadway concepts that we analyzed. First, we have current conditions, no build scenario. Next, we have roadway concept 1, which maintains 4 lanes of traffic, builds dedicated bicycle facilities, and accommodates this by removing parking on one side of the street. Next, we have roadway concept 2, which reduces to 2 lanes of traffic, builds dedicated bicycle facilities, and maintains parking on both sides of the street. Finally, we have roadway concept 3, which also reduces to 2 lanes and builds parking protected bicycle facilities. I'll be going over these concepts in more detail in the upcoming slides. All these alternatives were analyzed against parking and traffic. The current conditions, no build. We can move to the next slide. So with the current conditions, no build concept, all items that we looked at for Pruneridge basically show no change. We maintain 4 lanes of traffic with street parking on both sides. Level of service, travel time, speed, collisions would all stay the same for the most part, and we did not install any bicycle improvements. It is worth noting that Pruneridge has a 90-foot right-of-way width with 5-foot sidewalks and 64 feet between the 2 curbs on both sides of the street. In all the concepts, we do maintain the 64-foot curb-to-curb dimension. Next slide, please. So concept 1, let's discuss this. This is 4 lanes with parking removal on one side. So here is a slide to help visualize this concept. In the graphic, you can see a typical section of Pruneridge Avenue and how we reallocate portions of the roadway to accommodate bicycle lanes. This concept, we do narrow lanes and add buffered bicycle lanes on both sides by removing parking on one side of the roadway. But it's also worth noting that traffic lanes remain the same, hence the 4 lanes. Slide. So for the 4-lane concept, we do want to mention that level of service and travel time along the corridor remain the same since we're basically not removing travel lanes. We do want to note that there can be a reduction in speed as this concept narrows travel lanes, which can help lower speeds. We've seen that in other parts of the city. Slide. So with this concept, the largest impact is removing parking from one side of the street. It is important to note that residents did voice concerns about being able to safely cross the street to park. The table in front of you, the table in front of you compares against the no-build concept and shows that if all cars move to the opposite side of Pruneridge, we would still have parking utilization within acceptable levels at 38% utilized. Another way to look at this is if we remove parking, typical available parking would change from roughly 8 out of 10 spaces available to 6 out of 10 spaces available. So this now wraps up the information on the no-build concept and concept 1, and now I'm going to move to concepts 2 and 3. Next slide, please. The concept 2 is 2 lanes with parking and bicycle lanes. Slide. Concept 2 is a 2-lane roadway with buffered bicycle lanes next to parking. There's also a 2-way center turn lane. To build this, we need to remove a travel lane in each direction. This is similar to the current section of Pruneridge with bicycle lanes with some minor differences. The lane widths are narrower, and we also add a stripe buffer as recommended in the city's bicycle plan. Slide. So now let's look at concept 3, 2 lanes with parking protected bicycle lanes. This concept is a 2-lane roadway with buffered bicycle lanes next to the curb. Parking is between the vehicle lane and the bicycle lane. There's also a 2-way center turn lane. We also have narrow lanes along the corridor. To build this, we need to remove a travel lane in each direction. This is called parking protected, as the street parking is moved out more into the street, which provides additional protection for bicyclists. This type of bicycle lane configuration is gaining in popularity in cities and is used where protected versus a buffered bicycle lane is desired. It does take motorists a bit of time to acclimate to parking further into the street. This concept was created to look at possibly enhancing the proposed bicycle facility beyond the buffered configuration. Next slide, please. So as we saw with the previous slides, both concepts 2 and 3 have 2 lanes of traffic and maintain street parking. The major difference is the bicycle facility is either buffered or it's parking protected. Based on this, collision speed, level of service, and travel time for both concepts is projected to be the same. The next few slides, I'll be walking through how concepts 2 and 3 affect the traffic operations as a whole. However, in this chart, you can see that by reducing lanes, it is possible to have a 19 to 47% reduction in collisions. Also, when combining lane reductions and lane narrowing, we may be able to reduce speeds between 3 to 6 miles an hour versus the 1 to 6 with just the lane narrowing. Slide, please. So for concepts 2 and 3, we ran the traffic model assuming 1 less travel lane in each direction and found that 4 more intersections became unacceptable. You can see from the map shown, these additional intersections on Pruneridge are at Kylie, Tano, Saratoga, and Cypress. Additionally, level of service at Santa Monica Expressway and Pruneridge becomes unacceptable during the PM peak hour as well. For these intersections, motorists can experience additional delays as well as vehicle queuing along Pruneridge Avenue. And just as a reminder, if you can go back, just as a reminder, green is acceptable as noted in the legend, and then red is unacceptable. And then we have the AM versus the PM in terms of what we're showing on this map. Just the next slide, please. So this slide is a summary of the level of service changes between the no-build concept and concepts 2 and 3. The summary does assume traffic diversion is occurring, which we will cover in the upcoming slide. As the chart shows, with the no-build concept, we had 1 intersection operate unacceptably, and that was during the AM peak at Santa Monica Expressway. For concepts 2 and 3, in the morning peak, we have 21 acceptable and 4 unacceptable, and in the evening, we have 22 acceptable and 3 unacceptable. Slide, please. So travel times. This slide compares peak corridor travel times between the no-build concepts and concepts 2 and 3. As concepts 2 and 3 proposed to remove a travel lane, we wanted to study the effect this would have on overall corridor travel times. We focused on travel times during the peak directions. As noted in the chart, the morning peak direction is westbound Pruneridge, and the evening peak direction is eastbound Pruneridge. These times are based on a traffic simulation that was performed based on pre-COVID traffic levels and assume a vehicle stays on Pruneridge along the entire corridor we studied. I would like to note that a majority of the traffic, as we've seen, is actually getting on and off the Pruneridge corridor along the way. That being said, the simulation did indicate that travel times would increase with concepts 2 and 3. For the morning peak, travel times would increase from up to 8.2 minutes to up to 16.8 minutes. During the evening peak travel times, that would change from 10.8 minutes to up to 14.7 minutes. The increased travel time shown here correlates to the intersections with level of service changes as shown earlier. And as a reminder, it does assume that pre-COVID traffic levels return along Pruneridge. Slide, please. As mentioned earlier, concepts 2 and 3 are estimated to cause traffic diversion along adjacent streets. Traffic simulation showed some diversion down the following streets as shown on the slide. So I'll go through those quickly here. Traffic would divert down major roads such as Santa Monica and Stevens Creek. Traffic would also divert down roads such as Homestead, Kylie, Winchester, Forbes, Los Padres, and Benton. While these adjacent roadways would see additional traffic during the peak hours, the analysis also showed that these roadways have the capacity to absorb the additional vehicles that I'm discussing right now. Right. So finally, I'd like to provide the council with a summary of the bicycling options and how they affect the traffic items we just went through. I have 4 slides to cover with this. So this first slide is a summary of collision and speed information related to the concepts we studied. The The concepts, once again, the concepts are on the right, and there is information about how this affects collision and speed. I'll go through them concept by concept. For current conditions / no build, we do not narrow traffic lanes or reduce, we do not narrow traffic lanes, so there is no potential to reduce collisions or speed. For concept 1, we do narrow lanes, but we don't reduce lanes, so we only show a potential to reduce speed. Concepts 2 and 3, we do narrow lanes and also reduce lanes in terms of number, which has the potential to reduce collisions as well as speed. Next slide, please. So here's a summary of parking and travel times. For current conditions, no build, we have 8 out of 10 parking spaces available, and peak travel times are 8.2 minutes in the morning westbound direction and 10.8 in the evening eastbound direction. Once again, those are the peak travel time directions. For concept 1, parking is removed on one side of the street, which lowers parking availability to 6 out of 10 spaces being available. There is no effect on travel time with this option since we maintain 4 vehicle lanes. For concepts 2 and 3, we don't remove parking, so parking availability is the same as with the no build concept, but we do remove a travel lane in each direction, which increases corridor travel times up to 16.8 minutes in the morning westbound direction and 14.7 in the evening eastbound direction. As noted earlier, there will be queuing and delays at the intersections of Pruneridge at Kylie, Tan Oak, Santa Tomas, Saratoga, and Cypress. Next slide, please. So here's a summary related to traffic diversion and level of service. For current conditions, no build, there's no traffic diversion, and all 25 study intersections operated acceptably for level of service, except for the one intersection during the AM peak hour. For concept 1, we don't remove any travel lanes, so traffic diversion and level of service is the same as the no build option. Concepts 2 and 3, we do remove travel lane in each direction, and this results in additional intersections operating unacceptably during the AM and PM peak hours. Once again, for the AM peak, 3 additional intersections are added to the unacceptable list, as well as during the PM, 2 additional intersections. Slide, please. So finally, here's an overall summary of each option and how they fare against items such as reducing speeding, improving safety, preserving on-street parking, minimizing additional congestion, as well as improving walking and bicycling conditions. So for current conditions, no build, this concept preserves on-street parking and minimizes additional congestion. For concept 1, this option can reduce speeding, improve safety, minimize additional congestion, as well as improve walking and bicycling conditions. And this is because we're maintaining 4 lanes. For concepts 2 and 3, where we remove a lane of traffic, these options can reduce speeding, improve safety, preserve on-street parking, and improve walking and bicycling conditions. I did want to mention that during our last round of public workshops where we discussed the concepts and the resulting traffic information, those that attended the workshops were given the opportunity to rank choice vote their roadway concept preferences. We also have an online survey that will be open until the end of April so that others can provide their feedback. Results are still coming in at this time and will be included in our upcoming reports to council. Next slide, please. So with that, here are our next steps for the project. We're in the midst of preparing the public draft plan. That plan is going to be released to the public for review as well as community input. We do want to present the draft plan to the BPAC for their review. We're going to update that plan based on all the comments that we've seen and try and address everything. And then finally present the final draft plan to council in the fall of 2022 this year. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available to address questions or address comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I had the opportunity to attend many of the sessions, and I read hundreds of comments about Pruneridge. So, wow, it's a lot of work and it's a lot of study. Thank you, Michael, for that very intensive presentation. A lot for us to think about. Vice Mayor Jane, followed by Council Member Hardy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. Can you briefly explain what Vision Zero is and what the goals of Vision Zero are and why we need it? And then when you say unacceptable, doesn't that just mean you can't do it? And I would like to understand why we have LOSD as unacceptable versus the county LOSE as unacceptable. And when we go to unacceptable, are we going from D to F or D to E? And then what would be the option to do sort of a pilot where, like San Jose, we glue down the bollards to do one of these concepts and then look at the data, and it seems like you could just take the bollards out and go back to what you had with just a bunch of paint. So can you sort of explain the pain of doing it and then going back? Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Michael, because you talked about what was there already, I would like everyone else in the public to understand what we have done between Lawrence Expressway and Pomeroy, and what San Jose is doing that we would connect with this, because if we do change it, it would make a connection to that. And if you could explain what we've done on our end and what San Jose has done and how those would connect to any of those different plans. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Michael, for the detailed report. I appreciate that. I had the same question which Councilmember Hardy asked, like what is the plan? I was able to see Pomeroy and West up till basically Apple, what we have done, but I'm not able to see what San Jose has done beyond Winchester, basically. So what have they done to have a similarity of the situation so that we have a contiguous flow of traffic into those? And I have other questions for the level of service. Like I know for 4 of the intersections you mentioned AM, PM, so they will be 50% impacted either in the morning or in the evening for that matter. And also the question which Councilmember Jane asked, like when you say loss of service to D is acceptable and E and F, and the numbers you took, the traffic delays from 8.2 to something like 14 or 10 minutes, are they based on level of service of E or they are based on level of service of F? Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the report. I know that a lot of cities like San Jose have been going to the protected bicycle lanes, and I like that better because, again, I'm now that I'm a little bit more conscious about my family and how they travel, I actually like the parked cars in between me and the moving traffic. But there's also an issue of what happens at the where the project meets what's already existing, meaning that if we pick something that's not what's already in place in the blue and the green areas on slide 5, like how would we do that? Would we just cross over at that point? I've heard a couple of people tell me that what they don't like on the way to Sunnyvale is they don't like the crossovers where you're crossing from one side into traffic and then back out again. They actually call them suicide crossovers. So I'm kind of concerned about that. The other question I have is, one of the big problems that I see currently is bicyclists and even joggers going the wrong direction, meaning that you are driving down one lane of the street and coming at you are bicyclists and joggers. And I think this happened a lot more during the time of COVID, where people were giving a lot more space to people who are walking and they were walking. But now I'm seeing bicyclists and joggers continue to go against traffic in the streets as opposed to on the sidewalks or anywhere else. Is there anything that we can do about that? I know that in a lot of these, they have directions listed, but I mean, what happens when people go against that? I feel like the protected lanes may be better for people. People do that because they want to see the traffic coming at them, but I think that having a protected lane may, make it easier for them to follow the flow of traffic because there's something between them and the moving cars. Thank you.
Thanks. Who hasn't spoken yet? Anyone else that hasn't spoken? Councilmember Chahal, your hand's still up. Is that from old hand?
Just one quick question was, Michael, we have pre-COVID and the current data. Do we have any projections post-COVID? Like, do we have any data? Like, because some of the commuters will not be commuting post-COVID, even after post-COVID, because of the nature of the business has been changed for the remote working. So do we have any data analysis for that? And in that scenario, what would be our like results would be if we extrapolate that after COVID, basically? Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say a couple of things. I had to drive Pruneridge in the morning a couple of years ago, pre-COVID. And when I was going from Pruneridge to Lawrence Expressway, it was a nightmare. It took me forever to get to Lawrence Expressway because of the traffic, the 2 lanes going into 1 lane, and of course the traffic was horrendous pre-COVID. Now during COVID, I know that's when we took some of the traffic studies and you did some, number crunching and came up with, whatever you came up with in terms of our traffic. I can see the traffic is starting to increase again, but we're not anywhere near, it's getting bad, but it's not anywhere near where it was. And it just every day continues to get worse. So my question is, people that need to travel Pruneridge, and Michael, you made the comment that they can take alternate routes, but that those streets can handle the traffic for those that may take alternate routes. And you used Forbes as an example, Stevens Creek and others. I think Mauricio would probably be an alternate route as well. But those are like, smaller single family interior streets. And I don't think that people want the cars pushed from Pruneridge onto Forbes and Homestead and Mauricia and more Stevens Creek. So my question is, I see that it almost doubles the time for the traffic. If we crunch it down to 2 lanes, it's going to double the time. But where, I would be worried about the other streets as well, in terms of the capacity then on those, and they're really single family neighborhood streets, much smaller. So that's my question is, you squeeze the traffic, it's going to go somewhere until we get a better transportation system where people are, either have the ability to ride their bikes to work or kids to school on Pruneridge. If they don't have the ability and they have further distances to drive, we don't quite have the transportation system in place for them to do that. So they're going to be in their cars. So if they're in their cars, where are they going to go? That's my question. And again, I have been to a couple of the Pruneridge resident events, and I've read, I don't know, hundreds of comments about Pruneridge and what people are thinking, or residents are thinking, and it is really a mixed bag of what the opinions are. But anyways, I'm just worried that are people really getting out of their cars, or are we just going to push them into our side streets now and make that even worse? So those are my questions. So Michael, everyone's had a chance, so why don't you go ahead and try to answer those if you can.
So I appreciate all the comments. And let me see if I can tackle these one at a time. So
yes, you can. We appreciate it. Yeah.
Vice Mayor Jane was interested in Vision Zero. So
I guess I was muted. I apologize. So Vision Zero would be the first thing I would like to address. This is a comment from Vice Mayor Jane. For those that didn't attend the council study session on Vision Zero back in November 16 of 2021, I encourage you to watch that. That was a discussion about what Vision Zero is for the council, as there was a petition submitted to the city to consider that moving forward in terms of funding and then putting it as a priority for the city. All that being said, Vision Zero is a part of one of our goals of our bike plan and our ped plan. And the goal is basically to reduce or eventually eliminate all traffic fatalities and severe injuries. And the notion there is that the fatalities are unacceptable, that cities should strive to really make improvements to either their systems or their processes in order to reduce that. You would measure that annually, likely, as well as build projects to try to alleviate that. I think what's also worth noting is Vision Zero is pretty popular in terms of a lot of cities are moving forward with adoption of that. San Jose had adopted it several years back, as well as San Francisco, Menlo Park, Sunnyvale, and Fremont as well. But the results are somewhat mixed in terms of being able to reduce fatalities. But either way, it is an effort where you're focusing the city and the traffic engineering team, you know, the city as a whole, management, to really take those goals and then try to accomplish them. And but ultimately, there may be tough decisions to make in terms of removing lanes, doing things that don't accommodate vehicles because they accommodate pedestrians and cyclists more. So that's Vision Zero. That's currently, I think, a discussion that's part of the city's priority setting that is going to have, part 2 is going to come up pretty soon. And that's has not received funding at this point. So that's Vision Zero. Once again, residents can take a look at the council study session that occurred. That has a little bit more information than what I was quickly able to go through right now. There were questions related to level of service D and E. Once again, level of service D is the city's acceptable level of service. Then E is the county's level of service. And these are really rooted in level of service when it was part of CEQA in terms of the California Environmental Quality Act, and yet impacts and mitigations. You know, you would see them in EIRs, but ultimately, you know, that is kind of a county-wide approach where, you know, most cities are with level of service D. The county, I believe, went with E because it is a larger facility and they are more comfortable with that. These are regional facilities that the intention is to carry traffic. So there, at this point, the city, when we updated our CEQA process for transportation, we did retain level of service as a metric for transportation operations. We maintained it at level of service D for the city. We felt that was important in order to really, you know, keep going what we've been studying for years and years and years and not drop it because it's no longer environmental impact. Congestion is still an issue for residents. We do want to make sure that, you know, residents can see that we're studying that and that we're trying to address it as much as possible, even though it's no longer CEQA impact. There were questions related to a pilot. So, you know, some cities do pilots for different reasons. Pilots can be done to test out different types of treatments that haven't been done before. So, like for instance, we could potentially do a pilot to test out parking protected, as discussed earlier. That's a little different for people to really use. That's definitely an option. A pilot along this corridor, due to its length, is pretty difficult, likely because of the fact that you would probably have to, you might want to pave the street in order to really get those stripes in the right place. You know, having, you know, markings where we black it out and then we put other lanes there, that can be pretty tough for residents to see. You can do, as mentioned by the council, vice chair, put the bollards down, the stick-on bollards. But once again, you're going to have to do it for a good amount of time to really get great data in order to really see the results. You would want to do it up and down the corridor, and you would really want to look at the best way to do it. So that way, you know, it's not a situation where you're creating, you know, some hazards along the way. You're likely to put together a project that puts the pilot in and then removes it later, and wanting to make sure that in the end you don't create more issues along the way. So there is a graphic. If we can go back to that graphic that was just shown a minute ago, it's a slide, the project map. Perfect. Yeah, I think someone was reading my mind here. So this map is our project map, right? And I went over it quickly in the beginning, and this is really just an aerial of the city. You can see Pruneridge is all the colored lines there. So as Councilmember Hardy had requested, as well as Councilmember Chahal, I wanted to go through, I can go through this one more time in order to kind of focus on what is done along the corridor. So in the blue is the city's 2012 bicycle lanes project. And once again, what that did was take a 4-lane roadway with parking on both sides, no center turn lane, and it converted it to a two-lane roadway with a 2-way center turn lane for ease of getting in and out of driveways and whatnot, and then also retained parking as well. And that was done, and you know, to this date, we still get mixed feedback from the community in terms of whether they like it, whether they don't like it. I think it really, you know, we noticed this during the presentations recently on the current project. that some of it depends on whether you live along the corridor or whether you just drive through the corridor, right? They have differing opinions in terms of what you feel is important to you. So that project was done, and there were post studies that showed that there were some minor improvements that needed to be done after the fact. So we went ahead and completed those minor improvements. So on the far right is a green dashed line. That's the 2018 bicycle lanes project that was done in San Jose. That's West Heading Street. That goes pretty far into San Jose. And ultimately, when you compare the West Heading Street project with the Santa Clara project that was done in 2012, it's pretty much the same configuration, right? What you ended up with was changing 4 lanes of traffic with no center turn lane, no bicycle facilities, parking on both sides, to maintaining parking on both sides, 2 lanes of traffic, and then a 2-way center turn lane. And really what we were left with, since roughly 2018, is this gap in the bicycle network that we've been trying to study. And we knew that this was going to be a very tough corridor because of the fact that we have expressway running through here. Santa Tomas Expressway is not an easy facility to deal with relative to trying to, close lanes or remove lanes or just traffic in general. So I think that's one of the unique things along Pruneridge is that you do have Santa Tomas Expressway and Lawrence Expressway, 2 major county facilities running, basically cutting through those blocks. So there's a lot of cars going in and out along that corridor. So once again, this project is intending to fill that gap between Pomeroy and Winchester to hopefully connect West Heading and Lawrence Expressway. Speaking of this map for a second, I'd like to move to talk about or try to address a question in terms of how do we transition from parking protected, if we were to choose that as a city, assuming that's a viable option, to going to your classic bike lane next to the parked car, and then between a parked car and the vehicle. So that will require some review and then make sure that the transitions are done appropriately. You probably have a good amount of green paint, a lot of signage, but it is going to be something that we would have to look at. Ideally, you don't have to transition. You pick something that's consistent with the rest of the corridor, but ultimately it's about choices, whether parking protection is more important as a whole versus consistency. I think there are those, and there were some notable comments that came in through public comment that I was reviewing part of this meeting, where there are folks that really want consistency. They feel like with consistency, that's going to help with success, versus some folks are really more concerned about the comfort of the bicyclist along the corridor, and that parking protected is probably the way to go. So we did investigate that option just to test it, because once again, I think one of the things we learned through the bike plan is that if we create bicycle facilities that are more comfortable for bicyclists to use, they're more likely to use them, versus building something that meets the bare minimums, and then people are just kind of concerned about using them. And then of course you have different ranges of folks that like to bicycle, right? There was a comment about people bicycling down the wrong way or running down the wrong way. So that is a no-no. People shouldn't be doing that. I was teaching my son how to ride a bike during COVID, and I explicitly told him not to do that. I told my wife the same thing. She didn't believe me. And a lot of people believe that when you're biking down a corridor, that if you're biking the opposite way, you can see the traffic, you can see the driver and all that, right? But that's in my mind, a misnomer, because even though you can see that, a head-on collision between a bike and a motorist is going to be very bad in terms of injuries. Side swiping somebody is still bad, but it's definitely not as severe from what I understand. So, I think the way to deal with that, hopefully, is through some type of education program throughout the city. And that's really what we'd like to do in order to move things forward. Safe routes to school is something we're moving forward with our next phase. And that's a situation where we try to train from the ground up, when they're younger, to bike carefully and to bike properly. So that's something I thought was worth noting. Let's see here. Other questions came regarding pre-COVID and post-COVID information. So at this point, we don't have post-COVID information. I wish I had a crystal ball in order to really tell us where we're going to be. I did read a recent a news article that was talking about how the East Bay was seeing a lot, traffic was returning way faster than down here near Silicon Valley. And it was due to a confluence of tech industry down here, allowing remote work. But as you know, we've all seen in the recent news, Google and other tech companies are going to be returning in April. So we do expect some level of traffic to return. At this point, we don't have that information. I know that, you know, if you were on the Bay Bridge today, it would be pretty congested, right, as people are trying to get to San Francisco. Let's see here. Other questions came up regarding diversion. So this was a comment near the end here from our mayor. What we did indicate in one of the slides is that, you know, due to level of service changes and delays along Pruneridge, we were to move a travel lane, we would likely see traffic diversion down other streets in order, as you know, folks are going to really try to avoid traffic or congestion. So we did, once again, we did look at that, and you know, as we saw in that level of service map, if there was degradation of level of service at signalized intersections or intersections in general, it was occurring along Pruneridge. The side streets, even though they may see more traffic, ultimately it wasn't affecting the level of service at those intersections. So that's worth noting, because level of service is really, you know, where we have for years looked at congestion and how we measure congestion. So when the information came back in the this map, so this is existing, and there's another map here that shows eventually the with the project that slide. That slide is really indicating more congestion and issues in terms of level of service along Pruneridge Avenue. I believe I captured all the questions and tried to respond to everything. If I didn't, I can certainly attempt that again.
Hey, Mike, I was just going to mention something on the pilot, because that question came up. And I know, you know, cities have done pilots. I've been out to in San Jose and Willow Glen, and they're downtown. They did a pilot up front, as well as the city of Los Gatos has done a pilot to test different configurations in their roadway. And looking at, as Mike mentioned, on Pruneridge, it is a rather long corridor. So two things kind of come to mind. Always can do a pilot. But I think if we were to pursue a pilot on this corridor, it would probably be a more robust pilot that would be more expensive, because I think you almost have to kind of, like Mike said, do the slurry, do the paint, get everything in the right spaces, because it depends what you want to pilot. You just want to pilot the lane reduction? Do you want to look at parking options, bike lane, things like that? And then, you know, say that you're going to study it for a period of time. And on this corridor, I think doing it for a period of time is important, because you want to get to the point where people start pursuing other options, right? If it's too short, people stay on it, it's congested, it's over, it's done. But what if you do it, you know, say you do a pilot for like a year, I think you start, you know, you go 6 months to a year, you start seeing the results of you know, where people are going, how traffic is looking. You know, in the case of San Jose through Willow Glen, they kept theirs. They didn't go back, but they pretty much built it permanently, and then decided we're going to stick with this. In the case of Los Gatos, kind of the same thing. They slurried it, they striped it, it looked permanent, but in the end, they looked at all the data, they didn't like it. So then they just went back out, re-slurried it, and put the striping back in the way it was. So different ways that it can be accomplished, but certainly that is an option too, if we get down to it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to now go to the public and then come back to the council for questions, or comments. So going to the public, we can start with, hold on a second here. Pratik, go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Pratik Mahajan here. So
Pratik,
I live on the, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Pratik.
Yeah. So I live on Pruneridge Avenue, and I'm kind of next to the intersection. I'm like one house away from Pruneridge and Kylie. And your observation, I think there's somebody made an observation that was very correct, that every day I take Pruneridge towards Lawrence, and pre-COVID, it was a headache. With that reduced one lane, it sometimes used to take 15 minutes just to touch onto the Lawrence on each side there. And I'm kind of pretty scared because today itself, even post-COVID, taking my car in and out is a headache because nobody gives me the space and the congestion starts piling up. And once this change over to a single lane happens, I just don't know. And who's going to give you the opportunity to even come out? And that is something that we have to see, that at no point of time, the level of service should not go to unacceptable, irrespective of the plan. I'm in favor of the bike lanes, but not at the cost of creating a havoc to the residents who are living on that street itself.
Thank you, Pratik. Justin, go ahead, Justin. You're muted, Justin. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry,
There
I'm
you
mute.
go. There you
Yeah,
go.
I also live on corner of Luther and Pruneridge. I like the one lane turn because oftentimes it's very hard to turn into my lane, backed up with two lanes. And I feel like, you know, when we talk about the pilot, it's already been done on the heading side and also past Pomeroy. I think that's kind of been worked out, but I'm definitely in favor of the middle turn lane. I think it would be helpful for me, safer for drivers. Thanks.
Thank you, Justin. Betsy, go ahead, Betsy.
Thank you. Betsy Magus. I'm on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, speaking for myself. Pruneridge in Santa Clara remains the only 2 miles of the entire Pruneridge heading Berryessa corridor with no bicycle facility. The street does not end at our city limits, and it serves many more people than its immediate neighbors. It is also a priority cross-county corridor in the 2018 county bike plan. I would like to applaud the work of the staff and consultants on this project. What you see is the result of a year-long effort to solicit and incorporate a wide range of community input. Pruneridge traffic already spills over onto streets like Forbes, Los Padres, and Mauricia. The study didn't make recommendations about them, but it is possible to discourage this kind of overflow traffic. For example, we could choose to limit turns onto and off of a street like Los Padres. Reducing the number of allowable turns could potentially also reduce congestion on Pruneridge. It's also possible to put traffic calming features such as traffic circles on some of these side streets that see speeding and overflow traffic. And I think I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, do you have any e-comments for the study session?
Not for this item, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So now I'm going to go back to the City Council. Vice Mayor Jane, go ahead.
Yes, when I was in high school, I rode my bike pretty much every day to school, and that was about 2 miles. And then when my son was of the age where he could ride to Santa Clara High, my wife said, no way. There are too many distracted drivers. It's just too dangerous. He's not going to do it. So he ended up taking the public VTA, the bus. But what happens is that too many parents are worried about their kids getting hit by inattentive drivers. So I'm a huge fan of the parking protected to encourage less savvy. I mean, I'll ride anywhere. I'll ride on Lafayette, around El Camino Real. I'll ride anywhere. But for most other people, they're very, very afraid of riding along with cars. So I think the parking protected is the best way to encourage kids and other bicyclists to ride. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So a lot of what you said, Mayor, and I think a lot of what Councilmember Jane has been saying, you know, resonates with me a lot. And that's because, you know, I'm in a district that actually borders this entire area. So I've heard a lot from my residents that they are very concerned about this, not only as it being, you know, they want to see the safety of it. People want to see a bike lane on one hand, but then others do not want to see any changes. I could see both. I could see both arguments in this, and the reason why is because I do share a lot of that. One, I often get stuck in traffic over there on Pruneridge, trying to turn left onto Santa Mas. Oftentimes, I'm missing the cycle twice, and I know that the traffic has increased since people have been going back to work. I know myself, we're going back to the office very shortly as well. So I see it's going to keep increasing. These areas, especially specific intersections, are very concerning, like Santa Mas, and another one is Cypress and Pruneridge for myself. That is a very major concern and safety hazard. I think when we talked about shortcuts, I know a lot of people are using side roads. Personally, myself, I use the side roads and I drive side roads to be more safe. And I think it's because I know my city and I know the back roads, like the back of my hand. So I think a lot of residents here do that, but I think a lot of people who are out of our city are starting to catch on to that and then starting to use those side roads too. I know former council member Debbie Davis, last time she talked a lot about Waze and how Waze was a contributing factor to this. And I do agree, because when I used Waze for a long time, it put me onto side streets that weren't often used. And I know Forbes is becoming a very popular used street. So I do understand both concerns of the argument. I understand, I don't want to see the change because I drive in the traffic. That concerns me. But then Councilmember Jane has educated me so much on biking and, safety and Vision Zero that I understand both reasons. And I kind of want to find a middle ground and a compromise. So in my position, because I'm representing this district and it's literally cutting through the middle of my district, I'm between a rock and a hard place in making future decisions. But I'm thinking, looking at this, if maybe staff can answer these questions whenever, about possibilities of shared lanes, because I've seen I know Santa Clara did it a long time ago when I was a kid. It was a shared bike lane with the main road. I'm wondering if we could, I know San Francisco does a similar kind of thing where they couldn't reduce their lane. So they ended up making it where one of the right lanes ended up actually being a bike lane where you had to share the road. So if you saw people in the bike lane, you have to merge to the next lane. I'm wondering if that's a possibility. Is there a possibility for no parking hours? And I've seen that also in the city of San Francisco, where you aren't allowed to park in this neighborhood between these specific hours, which is basically commute times. And then after a certain period of time, you were allowed to park there after 7 p.m. I wonder if that was a possibility. And then another thing that a lot of my residents keep asking me about is fixing the stoplight at Cypress and making it a 3-way light cycle. So then it might reduce the risk of traffic and you have better options for people to turn left. I know Bowers has a lot of those types of 3-way lights. So I'm hoping maybe we can look at that as well as an option based on what a lot of my resident feedback is. Again, these are a lot of my residents' concerns. And I know one of the callers that just, spoke just a while ago had the same major concern about, their quality of life and getting to work and with traffic. But I also understand the balance that we need to have having those bike lanes. So I hope that we can come to a very balanced approach and that we can accommodate everybody, because as I said, I 100% agree with what Mayor Gilmore was saying, and I 100% agree with what Councilmember Jane was saying. I just got to find a middle ground and see what would make my residents in District 6 happy. But other than those questions, I just hope, and hopefully we can look at more AI technology into our stoplights, because when I'm waiting there at a stoplight, it's going 5 minutes, 2 cycles, 3 cycles, that's 10 minutes. And we're talking about reducing emissions. I mean, I'm sitting in this one area, my car running. I mean, how much gas is that, especially if you don't have an electric car yet? But those are my comments, and thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know the level of service will be reduced if we reduce the lane. Have we given a thought to a process, just like Lafayette, we use AM, PM, the middle common turning lane we use for that. Have we given a thought to that on this particular section of Pruneridge so that we can mitigate the AM, PM bottlenecks, basically? That's one of the options I think we can look into. I'm not sure whether that's practical or not on this stretch, And second thing, I would really commend what Councilmember Becker is saying about the using smart lights and AI technology so that we have don't stop the traffic, which just wasting the time without any traffic on the other intersections, basically. Yep, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else before we go to the staff and then go to the regular meeting? Anyone? All right. Thank you, Director Liu, Director Craig Mobeck, sorry, and Michael Liu for the report. I think you can see by, and I think there might be some questions, final questions for you to answer if you can. But you can see the dilemma that, you know, going back and forth, there's pros and cons for all of the alternatives. And I know that, you know, just like the few callers that we had today, that's really not representative of all the people that are really engaged in the process. I've seen it. You've really done a good job engaging the community, which is what we really asked you to do. There's a lot of pros and cons to the issues, but the fact is there's traffic there. The traffic's going to get worse. I was driving by 101 today at 2:15 and it was packed already. So it just gave me, you know, nightmares about the pre-pandemic traffic, and it's coming back. It's really coming back, and I'm starting to see it on Pruneridge already. So I guess we will continue on with this process, continue to engage our community. I live close to Pruneridge. I'm in District 6. So I'm traveling Pruneridge all the time. And I'm also seeing the side streets and the effect on the side streets as well in the all residential neighborhoods around there. So I don't envy you in coming back with us, but if you could answer some of the last few questions and just remind us of the timeline for our residents so they can see what's coming next on this Pruneridge continued discussion.
Okay,
so I don't know.
I can try to address some of those.
Michael, thank you, Michael.
Yeah, if you can, great. So yeah, I'll try to address some of the questions. So there were comments related to sharing lanes similar to the Lafayette system that we have. It's worth noting that system's been in place for a long time, 30 plus years, and it works fairly well, but you know, it is not something that we looked at along this corridor in terms of, and I think what we would have to do is go back with our consultant and look at the corridor as a whole and seeing if doing something like that is feasible, because ultimately, you know, it's really trying to take a lane and have it convert over time based on time of day. We are looking at options to see if there's other things we can do out here. So like, for example, we have been having discussions related to signal timing and, you know, adaptive signal technology. You know, that is part of our work plan as a city to really upgrade our traffic management system that's in the works, as well as to try out adaptive signal timing, which is a little bit different because it's smarter in the sense that it's picking up traffic patterns along the way and it's kind of doing it on the fly versus the city having to do studies, implement, right? So that technology is part of our overall process. It's in the future, but it's not here today. Signal timing is important along corridors. So we do have an active signal timing program in terms of looking at corridors. Pruneridge is one where we will likely have to lay down some infrastructure to connect signals properly, but it is something to note. And I think the other piece to note that, you know, I mentioned earlier was that we do have, Pruneridge is unique because it is basically, you know, connecting with 2 expressways, right? And, you know, if you write up, for those on, when we talk to the county, the expressway is the priority. That often gets the most of the signal time because it's carrying so much traffic, right? So the side streets that connect, like Pruneridge, other corridors, you know, they tend to get less time, and that is really where we're seeing a lot of this congestion in terms of its effects. If there's a stoplight at Cypress that we should be looking at, you know, we can certainly do that as well. You know, I wasn't aware of the issue. Our traffic team may have heard about it before, but, you know, regardless of this process, we do encourage anybody that if they have a suggestion or concern that they use the My Santa Clara app or reach out to city staff so that we can look at it. And then the no parking hours, I think that's similar to the shared travel lanes. It would take some looking into. I think one of the bigger things is enforcement. How do you enforce that? You know, I live in I've driven some corridors where there's, during the day you can't park there, and at night you can park there, and it does become a little tricky. And ultimately, it's about how do you use that for bicycles? How do you safely put bicycles there, and make sure that ultimately the goal of this project was to look at pedestrian improvements as well as bicycle improvements, trying to fill out the network, right? So definitely some options to look at, but at this point we haven't looked at shared lanes or the no parking hours. I know that cities are attempting those along corridors where it's, you have no other option. Along here we do have some options. That's kind of what we presented tonight in terms of what we wanted to share with the council. Ultimately, will be a robust discussion that the city's going to have moving forward. As far as the schedule is concerned, we are proceeding towards a fall or late 2022 council discussion in terms of what we actually want to do with this corridor. And maybe some of everything, or a little bit of everything, or maybe other choices. So our community, we do have an active web page. It's updated regularly, and we encourage those to reach out and look at that web page for information. You can see on the web page all the workshops we've done, the recordings, the presentations. We try to make sure that those that couldn't attend can attend. And once again, we do have that survey that's out today that is active till the end of April, and we encourage folks to use that to voice their comments related to the concepts we discussed today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michael, Lou, and Director Mobeck for your presentation, and to all your staff who has worked so hard to put this all together, and our consultants as well on this. We appreciate it, and we'll keep following it and keeping our community informed that we're still taking feedback. The City Council has not made any decisions. I've read some places where they say, oh, they've made up their minds. No, we haven't. We're still taking input, and we continue to take input. This is a really, really serious decision that the council is going to have to make. And we want to make sure that we are thoughtful in our decision-making process, and that we include the community all up and down Pruneridge and all the surrounding streets around there. So your input is valued, so please continue to give it. So thank you so much. And we're going to move on now to our next item. And that is, we are going to open now our regular City Council meeting and special Stadium Authority meeting. So I would like to ask that you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcements?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in a capacity as a registered lobbyist, you are asked and required to identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent at any meeting held with city officials or at public meetings pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home or office. Members of the public can join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics not on the agenda. Prior to each item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. So let's move on to the council agenda. Okay, first we have reports of action taken in closed session matters. I am speaking for 3 of them. There are no actions taken in closed sessions on the city council matters. So Assistant City Attorney, do you have reports on your other 2 items?
Thank you, Mayor. On items 1D and 1E, the city took no reportable action in closed session.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. Does the council staff have any continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations? Okay.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Assistant City Manager.
Sure.
Nadine.
There's number 3 on the agenda. We're continuing the public hearing for Patrick Henry to March 22nd.
Okay, may I have a motion? We can dispense with that now to continue item 3. Do we have a date? Oh, March 22nd. Okay.
I move to continue the discussion of Patrick Henry to March 22nd.
Okay, so that seemed like Vice Mayor Jane motion and Councilmember Park second. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
That's what I heard, Mayor.
Okay, so is there anybody that would like to speak on that continuance? Any member of the public? Drew, you have your hand up. Is that for this item, Drew? Patrick Henry, Drew? You're muted. Drew, would you like to unmute yourself? Drew, is that for this item, member of the public? I'm Assistant City Clerk. I see he's muted. He's muted.
Yeah, we've allowed him to speak, but there's nothing we can do on this end.
Okay. All right. So Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote on that, please. Oh, wait. Okay. All right. The hand's gone. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please. On the continuance.
Sorry, I needed to go back to that page.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Is there any other continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations from anyone on this agenda? Okay, the next item we have is a special order of business, item 4A, which is an informational item regarding the interim city attorney hiring. And we have our outside counsel, Jenica Maldonado from the Rennie Public Law Group, joining us this evening. Jenica, why don't you take it away?
Thank you, Mayor and Council and the public. I am here to provide some information regarding the request for proposal that is currently pending on the interim city attorney hiring process. For those who are not aware, the request for proposal was originally posted last year, but then reposted in January of this year on January 31st. The proposal due date for submissions closed on March the 3rd. We are now past that deadline and in receipt of proposals. Council is now on the timeline that is set forth in the RFP, which is a publicly available document that outlines the next steps in the proposal process. And at present, according to the RFP, we are in the evaluation of proposal period, which runs from March 4th through the 11th. Proposer interviews are scheduled under the RFP to happen between March 14th through the 16th. City Council is slated to review and approve candidates potentially for hire to the interim city attorney position by March the 22nd. And the projected tentative start date for a selected interim city attorney would be April the 1st. Now, this date is subject to caveats. We, the city, are required to extend an offer for services to a selected candidate. The candidate would be required to accept the offer, and the parties need to negotiate the contract terms. And that may or may not happen by the April 1st, but it is council's intention to do their best to meet that deadline, subject to those contingencies. I'm available to answer any additional questions that you may have. But as indicated by the agenda, this is just an informational item to keep the public and staff apprised of this process.
Okay, thank you. Does the city council have any questions on this? Do we have any member of the public that would have a question or comment about this timeline? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Jenica, for informing us this evening about the process, and we appreciate your time here at the council meeting.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Good evening.
We'll see you next week. Thank you so
Take
much.
care. Bye-bye.
All right, the next special order of business we have is this evening is I would like to announce that March is Women's History Month. Women's History Month was first recognized by Congress in 1987. Since then, Women's History Month has been an annual celebration of the contribution of American women to history, culture, and society. Throughout our nation's history, women have risked their lives to secure the rights of their people, of workers, and of their fellow women. Women's History Month serves as an important reminder to reflect and recognize the perseverance of women and how they have fought so hard for justice and equality. This month, we celebrate the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. In honor of Women's History Month, the city of Santa Clara is proclaiming the month of March as Women's History Month. So I'm going to display this back here this evening. All right. Is there any comments, any from public or anyone on that? Okay, seeing none, then I am pleased to have the next special order of business is discussion by the Consulate of Ireland on the historic relationship between Santa Clara and Ireland. There are many cultural, commercial, and political exchanges which characterize and enrich the relationship between Ireland and the city of Santa Clara, together with our sister city of Limerick. As a special order of business this evening, we are honored to welcome the Vice Consul of Ireland in San Francisco, Doreen O'Brien. Vice Consul O'Brien is here to address the historic relationship between Santa Clara, its early Irish diaspora, as well as recent arrivals from Ireland. So without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Vice Consul of Ireland in San Francisco, Doreen O'Brien, and turn the floor over to her. Welcome, Doreen.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for that kind welcome, and lovely to see you all here today. I am very honoured and delighted to be speaking to you all during the St. Patrick's Day season. I think we call it to mark Ireland's National Day, and indeed it's actually Irish American Heritage Month this month, so a long month in it for us. This time of year is really important for us Irish, the Irish diaspora, and anyone who's really affiliated with Ireland. We're very inclusive. 2022 is also a really important kind of anniversary for Irish political and cultural history. It's the centenary of the formation of Ireland's first independent state, and it's also 100 years since the publication of James Joyce's Ulysses. So a few different things to celebrate this year. One thing I just want to say before going on is that it's just very important for us as we mark the St. Patrick's Day that we, to note that we are doing so against the backdrop of war in Europe. So I just want to take this moment to declare Ireland's solidarity with Ukraine and to really acknowledge the resilience and courage of their people. Democratic and humanitarian values are really central to our Irish identity, and Russia's aggression against Ukraine is unjustified, unprovoked and immoral, and it's a gross violation of international law. We in Ireland are proud to have provided tangible support through the European Union bilaterally, and we have also lifted visa requirements for those entering Ireland from Ukraine. On a more positive note, this St. Patrick's Day thankfully coincides with the gradual lifting of public health restrictions as the threat posed by the pandemic received. And we're really delighted that many people will celebrate this St. Patrick's Day in person, and that they can do so in a safe manner is really a success in of itself. So as you noted, Mayor, this St. Patrick's Day, we're celebrating a number of things. Firstly, the Irish community in California, and I think there are over 2 million people in the state who claim Irish descent, and really celebrating the manner in which they've weathered the storm over the past 2 years. We also are remembering the shared history and heritage between Ireland and California. I mean, there's arguably nowhere where the Irish have made a more formative impact than in the Golden State. Through an accident of history, one of the darkest moments in Irish history, which was the famine in the 1800s, coincided with the gold rush here in California. So fleeing hunger and persecution, Irish came here in their droves. And they really have thrived here. There have been many influential Irish and Irish Americans in the state, not least a woman who we in the consulate commemorated this month. And it's really, it's inspiring to see you talking about, the history of women and making this month a special one. It's something that we have really concentrated on over the past couple of years, and particularly this month. One example is Kate Kennedy, who was a San Francisco school teacher. She was born in Meath, Ireland, and she won the landmark California Supreme Court judgment establishing equal pay for equal work in California. And she's just one example of the instrumental role that Irish women and people have played in the history of the state. And finally, we celebrate the dynamic and vibrant contemporary links between Ireland and California. Today, I think over 45,000 people in Ireland are employed in companies headquartered in the West Coast here, and about 30,000 Californians are employed in Irish-owned companies. Links such as the Sister City programs are hugely important to this, and I know that Santa Clara is twinned with Limerick and Ireland, and they really are playing an essential role. Tourism is also really important, and in 2019, over 250,000 Californians visited Ireland. I'm not sure if anyone on this call was one of those, but it's a large number, and almost 60,000 Irish came to California, and this is a really vibrant exchange of people. And post-pandemic, it's something we really want to see return. So we're delighted that the direct flight between Dublin and San Francisco has returned just last month. So that's great. We're not resting on our laurels, however, and we don't take the relationship for granted. Over the past 2 years, the Irish government has demonstrated our commitment to California. We've opened a new Consulate General in LA. We've opened a new screen sector office. We've opened a new Tourism Ireland here in San Francisco, and we've appointed a cultural attaché for the West Coast. We've also just moved into a new office in San Francisco, Ireland House San Francisco, which integrates our diplomatic, trade and tourism agencies. So we're really deepening our footprint in California and getting ready for the next stage in this relationship. We know we can continue to kind of build on these existing linkages, and engagements like this at every level are so important for strengthening this, the relationship. So on that note, I want to thank you so much for inviting me here to speak today. Gur Mila Magat, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. We really look forward to things really opening up so that we can continue in person our student exchanges and our other exchanges with Ireland, and we're right with you with Ukraine and what's happening across the world. So we're united with Ireland as well. But we appreciate you coming and giving us an update on what's happening, and we hope to see you in person very, very soon. I do have some council members that have their hands up, so I'm going to start with Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for being here this evening, Vice Council. I was just going to will wish you also a happy early St. Patrick's Day, and I'm happy to say that I was actually president of Sister Cities when Santa Clara and Limerick became twin sisters. And I've had the pleasure of going back and visiting back in 2017. That was the last time I was in Ireland. And if all goes well, my husband and I are hoping to make a visit this coming summer. I have a cousin getting married. So my roots are back in Ireland. Don't be fooled by my last name. My maiden name is actually Carolyn, which is not a common Irish name, but it is Irish all the same. And my family hails from Longford. And one thing that Consul General Robert O'Driscoll told me was that the first Irish mayor of San Francisco was from my parents' hometown of Longford, and his name is Frank McCuppin. And I think there's a school named after him if it wasn't changed, but there was a school named after him in San Francisco. One thing, I'm glad that you brought up about the relationship, with Poland and just how Ireland has opened its doors. I mean, Ireland has always been known. It's the land of 1,000 welcomes. There's a reason why it's called that. And even from when I was there in 2017, I noticed the increase of. It wasn't just Irish people living in Ireland. There was a great migration of folks from Poland and a lot of the European countries. So I know Ireland is always a land of the welcomes, and we're glad to be able to welcome you here tonight. And like the mayor said, we hope to see you in person shortly, and hopefully Irish Consul General O'Driscoll as well. So thank you so much for being here this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Consul Dorian O'Brien. I appreciate you joining us today. And it's a pleasure. And we have Santa Clara has a long history with Limerick. I know we had a sister city relationship, and even before that, we had so many exchanges through the band, and that has been a very fruitful. And we know so many people in Limerick who came here, and I didn't get a chance to go to Limerick, but one of these days, yes, it's on my bucket list. I will be going there. And you touched the topic about world peace versus the war. Yes, these are some of the relationships we can build for a world peace. And as a citizen diplomacy, that means a lot. And that's a sign we as an individual human being can do a lot. Versus some of the governments fighting the wars, which are not fundamentally right, because common person is the one who suffers the most basically in any of these wars. So we strive for peace, not war, and such relationship give us a guidance to strive for peace. And touching base again on the topic of History Month for Women. I want to bring this topic going back 550 years. The first Sikh Guru, Guru Nanak, he said, "So kyu manda akhiye jit jamiya rajan." What it means at that time, around 550 years back, it means we should not discriminate or see a woman as a inferior, because she is the one who gives birth to the kings and all the people who rule us and who are basically our leaders in a sense. So that was a very fundamental message he gave around 550 years. And one of our last 10th Guru, he basically gave the last name to all the women as Kaur. Kaur means the princess. So it is our obligation to treat and consider women rights and equality. It's time we should be considering this thing, and every organization and every society and every country should be considering women at par with everyone. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Council. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're a breath of fresh air to hear. I think a lot of us right now are, looking forward to St. Patrick's Day and getting out and doing things this year. So again, thank you for your informational report. I love what you had to say about peace. And, again, this is Women's History Month, but also today is International Women's Day. So I thank you for being here, and we're proud to celebrate with you.
Okay, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? I see Lee. Would you like to speak on this issue, Lee? You're muted, Lee.
I think, there I go. Okay.
Oh, yes,
I
hi.
just want to say we have a real daughter of Ireland sitting on our city council. And I just want to say to Kathy, Carola, whatever your last name is, happy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Is there anyone else? All right, well, thank you, Vice Consul, so much for joining us today. Please give our best to Consul General O'Driscoll. Tell him we hope to see him soon as well. And thank you for joining us and speaking to all of us here in the city of Santa Clara.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your kind words and the strength of connection with Ireland. I can really feel it. So thank you so much for having me. I'll pass that on to Robert and hope to speak to you all again soon.
All right, thank you. Good evening. Thank you. And happy St. Patrick's Day. There you go. Okay, next we have our next special order of business is recognition of the donation in the amount of $6,500 from Gerald W. Lauterbach Jr. for the purchase and installation of a memorial bench to be located in the Greek section of the Mission City Memorial Park in honor of Pauline M. Lauterbach, Ernest M. Peterson, and Helen F. Peterson, and related budget amendment. So may I have a motion for that recommendation, please?
I'll motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for that recommendation. Is there any council comments on that, or any member of the public? Okay, seeing none. Council Member Watanabe, your hand is up.
Yes, we'll be sending them a letter of thanks for that. Will we not, Mayor?
Absolutely, yeah. I do that as a matter of course. So
Good,
thank you. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe we have someone that's on the line that wants to speak to this.
Oh, we do. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't have any notes on this, so. Are they on as a panelist? Okay, let's see.
It's me, I'm on.
Thank you.
Oh, hi. Hi, Jerry. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello,
No, we were
Jerry.
this was a great honor for us. This means a lot to our family, so we're very grateful. 2 seconds of history with this. My grandparents had passed away and never had any place of remembrance. My mom passed away, had no place of remembrance. Our son finished his Eagle project recently in the park at cemetery, and Mr. Phil Orr was gracious and helped us go through that process and helped us get this as well. So we have something to remember our loved ones by.
Well, we really thank you for your generosity as well. And I think the bench will give a lot of people some peacefulness and joy and a place to really reflect. So thank you very much to your family. And
Yes.
we're sorry for all of your losses, but thank you on behalf of the city of Santa Clara. Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. And thank you very much, Jerry. We appreciate you joining us this evening.
Thank you
Best
very
to
much.
your family, please. Thank you. Okay, We're moving on now to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless a council member or someone pulls an item for discussion. Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to pull item 5E, the Convention Center financials, and 5M, the Tasman the Tasman East Park.
Okay, anyone else? I'm not going to pull it. I just wanted to mention 5O, which is the remote meeting schedule. I'm hoping this is the last time we could do that because I really think this council needs to meet in person. So I'm hoping we can work with staff to make that happen at the end of March or beginning of April. So I'm not going to pull it. Well, we'll do it now, but I'd really like to see us. I know other public agencies are going back in person. So all right, is there let me ask, is there any member of the public that would like to pull any items for discussion? I don't see any. So Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Did I didn't recall hearing a
I think
motion.
we need a motion to approve.
Oh, was there a
I
motion?
move to approve
No.
the balance of the
I'll
of the
second
consent
that.
calendar.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Let me do that again. Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vice Chair Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimous. Thank you. Next item we have is public presentations, and these are items that are not on the agenda. First, we have Sanghi. Go ahead, Sanghi.
We have a youth group called Hwarang Youth Foundation, and they would like to share their ideas about the stereotype that people have toward the Korean culture, the Koreans as dog meat eaters. So they would like to make a presentation. So there are 3 of the Hwarang Youth Foundation members. So they would like to raise their concerns. Thank you.
Okay. So are they on the line now? Is that you, or I guess they're going to be, all right. I'll go down the line. Mary, go ahead, Mary. Mary,
hi,
go
can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
So Mayor Gilmore and all the council members, thank you for having me be able to speak tonight. On January 8th, I and many of our active citizens took time off work away from responsibilities and family. And we waited for 6.5 hours to speak at the city's priority session, only to be told that the citizens would not be able to be heard. And then the council extended this session until March 1, again, for the citizens to be heard. We all then took a lot of time to ready and prepare for this meeting, only for it to be canceled again. The bottom line, 5 of our citizen volunteers have spent months, at least 6 months, and thousands of hours studying other American cities who have returned their city halls to their downtowns and the benefit of these cities received. All we want to do is present our findings before council vote on the next budget. So since we do not know if and when there will be a next priority session, I am asking if we can have one of our members, only one, speak on March 22nd in front of all the voting members of council. We need about 15 minutes and the ability to present slides. We will be submitting an 030 form by Friday, and ask that this time be allocated for this presentation without being paused for extra time to be given to the speaker. And that's it, and I'll take my answer while I'm off the air. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. President Ashmi, Unit 6.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. We have several other members on the line that are willing to cede their time to me, if that would be acceptable.
They have to be on the line. So who is ceding their time to you? I can see the names here, so.
Yeah, I sent an email to Nora beforehand. And they are.
Just tell me who.
I can call
they
out
are.
the names.
Yeah, if you can call out the names to see if they're on the line. So
Cliff Myers.
Is Cliff on the line?
He's on the line.
Okay.
James Dudley. Do you want me to just go down the line
Yeah.
first?
Yeah, because you can see them better than I can.
Yes.
Yeah.
James Dudley, Carlos Martinez, Charlie Gray. I don't see Charlie Gray. Vince Regano. There's a long list of people here. Just a moment.
Gary, how much time do you need?
Approximately 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Phil Francisco. So far 3 are not on the line. Matt Hill.
Just get to 20 minutes, so.
Steve Swanson. Luis Silvera, Carol McEwen, Pete Castro, Brian Bradbury, David Cardosa. Perhaps all these folks get online and we can move on with other speakers to make sure, because not everyone is on this list.
Is there enough to make it to 20 minutes? That would be 6, 3, 18, 6, 7 speakers. Do we have 7 here? Including Gary, so that's 6 additional.
So far, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is what we have. And then let me find 2 more.
And Gary, you said 20 is good for you?
Yes.
Gary? Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep,
let's
I've got 6 so far.
Thank you very much. Good. Let's get started. Go ahead, Gary.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mayor. Madam Mayor and esteemed council members, let me start by thanking you for your commitment and service to the Santa Clara community. My name is Gary Ferraris. I am the president and employee, or I am a resident and an employee of the city of Santa Clara. I'm also the president of AFSCME Local 101 and Bargaining Unit 6. I have been motivated to address this council by several compounding factors. The first is the diminished employee morale within the ranks of the field operations and maintenance staff, which is Unit 6. During the priority setting session on February 8th, City Manager Deanna Santana laid responsibility for reduced employee morale on national trends, as well as at the door of this city council. While Ms. Santana was correct in naming these as contributing factors, she made a significant omission in her declaration. I will explain how the currently suspended city manager's handpicked executive leadership team has played a primary role in systematically quashing our morale, along with our passion to serve this fine community. Ms. Santana's disavowal of any responsibility for the current state of the city has resulted in the necessity of this letter to the mayor and to the council. As the council observes this 30-day window prior to passing a permanent resolution relieving Ms. Santana of her duties, Unit 6 believes council should be made aware of the nature of our dealings with her team. Unit 6 has regular interactions with 5 of her departments: Parks and Recreation, the Public Works Streets Department, the Water and Sewer Department, Human Resources, and the City Manager's Office. We will address each of these during this report. And at the conclusion of this presentation, I will, on behalf of Bargaining Unit 6, express our support of the decision to begin the process of restoring a healthy and respectful work environment. The executive leadership of Parks and Recreation makes decisions we do not always agree with. We do understand, however, the primary role of management is to protect the best interest of the city and the residents, not necessarily the workforce. Currently, we applaud this leadership team's ability to accomplish this core mission while maintaining a respectful, ethical, and healthy relationship with the staff. In the introduction of this presentation, I stated the morale issues in the workforce are not merely national trends and council actions. This is where we start to reveal the true depth of dysfunction created primarily by the current executive leadership and management teams. In the Public Works and Streets Department, the morale started to decline pre-pandemic. The unclassified management began keeping spreadsheets and micromanaging the employees. There was even an instance when a management initiated a disciplinary action for excessive absenteeism for a member who was struggling to gain control of his child's chronic illness, which led to hospitalization on multiple occasions. To the dismay of the field staff, this manager is now over all of the divisions within the street department. Along with this new trend of micromanagement, street leadership ignores any suggestions made by the workforce. Once the COVID pandemic appeared, the street department leadership became illogical and irrational in their actions. Some of the less severe examples include confiscating N95 masks from work vehicles and handing them out one at a time upon request. Mind you, these masks were kept on the work vehicles pre-COVID for those working in dusty and unhealthy environments. Unit 6 leaders took advantage of an opportunity to secure additional net gaiters to help environments, to help alleviate the, I'm sorry, I lost my place. To help alleviate these dusty and unhealthy environments. The management then told the Unit 6 members to return those net gaiters, even though net gaiters were something that were provided by the city beforehand. During the planning for the annual cleanup campaign, management became increasingly difficult to deal with. At this time, we were learning of the virus's ability to survive on open surfaces and become airborne for extended periods. Unit 6 asked management to contact the state or county health officials for a determination of the safety of such a program. The response to this request was equal parts troubling and dumbfounding. Management reported to us that trash collection, that Mission Trail said trash collection is a medium risk activity. The troubling aspect of this response is that mechanized trash collection is very different than the annual cleanup campaign. This observation was simply ignored and dismissed by the management. I was stupefied by this response, as I have never considered a trash collection company as an expert pertaining to a viral pandemic. As the cleanup campaign got underway, Santa Clara, along with much of California, experienced some of the worst air quality on record. Joining the poor air quality was extremely hot weather conditions, prompting the city to suspend outdoor programs at schools, parks, libraries, etc. The city ordered these cancellations due to the real health threats created by these environmental conditions. The street department's executive leadership responded to these conditions with, "You have N95 masks, go do your job." There are some other specific examples of very questionable behavior on the part of this management. However, I've been unable to secure the permission to publicly address these issues in this arena. Fear of retaliation and blacklisting are the concerns that are cited with these refusals. As difficult as it is to imagine, the water and sewer department is far worse. The decreasing morale in this department extend far before the onset of the pandemic. The water department's unclassified managers and executives combine a disregard for employees' health and well-being with an established culture of active bullying by managers and supervisors. The water and sewer department management team often demonstrate an above-the-law attitude, frequently attempting to enforce their own illegal actions and decisions. This department utilizes numerous dysfunctional practices. Members of this team are commonly asked by managers to perform duties of higher classifications without being compensated for the additional responsibilities or the workload. More troubling yet is the don't rock the boat culture enforced by the management when promotions are available. I'm confronted with a constant theme of, I can't put my name on this complaint. I'm looking for an upcoming promotion. I'm very disappointed every time I hear this. Management's disregard for the city's code of ethics and values is clear. The top brass in this department continue to expose the city to increased liabilities with their steadfast refusal to comply with OSHA statutes. The most basic of OSHA rules, CCR 3203A7, states that employers shall provide training and instruction to all employees. And this training shall cover all known hazards. Yet it is common practice in this department to assign new employees immediately to a crew without completing any of the mandated training. This greatly elevates the stress levels of the crew members. It is very taxing and burdensome to safely complete your own tasks while also watching over and protecting newly hired team members. The leadership in this department has been made aware of needed initial and refresher training course numerous times by field personnel and department safety committees. Yet when the union leadership inquires on the need for and the status of this training, the standard response by human resources is, get us a list of what training you need. This is simply a stall tactic meant to empower management's blatant disregard for the OSHA regulations. The workforce in this department is regularly provided with outdated and damaged safety equipment, if any is provided at all. The above the law mentality of this department is portrayed clearly by a recent situation. A Unit 6 employee requested fall protection when working on a rooftop. The response of the immediate supervisor was essentially, if you push this issue, you'll be sorry. You'll be the only one burdened with the use of this fall protection. When we elevated this to higher levels of supervision, rather than provide the required safety equipment, the troubling response was threefold. First, we were asked, we've done it this way for years. What makes a difference now? Second, this work is exempt from OSHA because setting up fall protection will take longer than the work itself. And finally, we were told OSHA rules are not meant to stifle an employer from getting the work done. This work needs to be done now. We will further discuss this as we discuss the Human Resources Department. I'm somewhat conflicted in this portion of the presentation because I understand that communicating the depth of anguish the workforce in this department is subjected to. There are so many more examples. However, due to my respect for the personal privacy of our members, I cannot discuss them in this public arena. I am again confronted with the extreme hesitancy of employees in this department to have their name associated with any kind of a complaint. Instead of additional examples, I will share a few observations which are concerning to say the least. The department recently has lost 4 maintenance worker 1s, 2 maintenance worker 2s, 1 crew leader, 2 assistant superintendents. The first assistant superintendent reportedly retired 2 years ahead of his planned retirement date. The other assistant superintendent, a lifelong resident of Santa Clara, reportedly took a pay cut and a long commute to work for another agency. The office staff of this department has also seen a mass exodus. The absolute dysfunction of this department has resulted in a tremendous loss of talent and knowledge of the water system. According to reference.com, the definition of a human resources department includes the department works for the best interest of both the employees and the company, striving to create a safe workplace and handling employee disputes as required. The human resource leadership of the city of Santa Clara either never considered this portion of their duties or simply lost connection with this premise. The human resources department bears a great deal of the responsibility for the level of dysfunction in the streets and the water departments. This department is committed to uphold any desire of management, regardless of contractual obligation, legal requirement, or ethical practice. For example, when a manager in one of the departments desired to deny benefits spelled out in our MOU, the HR leadership advised him, go ahead and proceed and expect that we will see a grievance. This type of action not only strains employee relations, but is also a waste of time. A simple discussion could have brought us to the same resolution without the formal grievance process. Part of all negotiations is the expectation that each party act in good faith. The standard of ethics came to be tested in a meet and confer between Unit 6 and Human Resources regarding a job description change for the water department pump tech position. Both parties agreed to additional state certification requirements in exchange for removing a commercial driver's license requirement. Within 6 months, at the request of the water department, HR decided to unilaterally reintroduce this requirement. Unit 6 members, with the support of coworkers represented by other bargaining units, showed up en masse at a subsequent Civil Service Commission meeting to enforce the original agreement. During the discussions of Public Works, I told you of an employee with an ill child. Human Resources, rather than acknowledging the approved FMLA rules, decided to uphold the proposed disciplinary action initiated by management. In another situation, Human Resources Department investigated a disciplinary action initiated by management. Although their investigation concluded the claims were unfounded, the employee was still placed on an extended performance improvement plan, the only blemish on an otherwise spotless career. HR has not only forgotten to consider the best interest of the employees, but are also derelict in their duties to protect the city's best interests. Expanding on the earlier account of the water department's refusal to comply with OSHA laws regarding fall protection, the response from every management level of the water department were unacceptable. When I approached HR, the response was even more appalling. I provided the exact language from the OSHA law, yet HR responded, "I will check in with the department. This is neither the employees nor the city's best interest." HR's next response was, "We checked with Gary Welling, the director of water and sewer, and he feels it's safe to do the work." The union at this point was forced to contact our attorney to demand the city comply with OSHA regulations. And even then, it took 2 letters before the city took any action. The predictability of this runaround was impressive. It was stated the employee needs to start with the direct supervisor and elevate accordingly. You do not need to go straight to HR. A clear example of Deanna Santana's handpicked executive leaders displaying a similar artful dodging of all accountability. The lack of concern for workplace safety is unprecedented at this time in the city of Santa Clara. Wrapping up the safety concerns, when these safety issues were brought to Deanna herself, we were promised this would be resolved immediately. What we have received in the pursuant 6-month timeframe is additional sweeping of the issues under the rug. The city's Injury and Illness Prevention Program, the IIPP, was said to be outdated and not in effect until it is updated. This means the city manager and Human Resources have decided, regardless of the OSHA mandates, that it makes more sense to function with no IIPP in place than one that simply needs updating. After months of circular empty promises, Unit 6 issued a deadline before reporting this directly to OSHA. HR then decided to cite the outdated IIPP. However, to our knowledge, the city has yet to implement any of the essential elements of the IIPP, such as naming an administrator and holding regular safety committee meetings. HR's unethical behavior goes far beyond the mistreatment of the workforce and extends to the financial abuse of private contractors working within the city. There was a situation that required a Unit 6 member to be on site for overnight contractor activities. The employee maintains a commercial driver's license. The United States Department of Transportation rules dictate a minimum of 8-hour rest period between shifts for anybody holding a commercial driver's license. The contractor was charged for the overtime shift and a full 8-hour rest period. Although the contractor paid for both overtime shift and the rest period, HR required the employee to use his own personal leave accruals for that rest period. When Unit 6 filed a grievance for this fraudulent act, possibly fraudulent act, with the city manager, she referred the situation right back to the assistant director of HR who the grievance was written against. This behavior, to use language HR is so fond of, could lead to disciplinary action up to and including termination. I will conclude with this thought regarding HR. Human Resources has a responsibility to the workforce, the agency, and the citizens to make decisions that benefit the city, not simply support any desire management expresses. As a resident and an employee, I am terribly ashamed of this department's dreadful performance. Deanna Santana should not have allowed such atrocious behavior by her executive leadership team. By allowing this behavior, the onus of waning employee morale lies directly at Deanna Santana's feet. If the city manager's failure to rectify this situation was due to an unawareness of the behavior of her direct reports, then an absolute dereliction of duty is indicated. Either way, Unit 6 supports the actions taken and encourage council to permanently relieve Ms. Santana of her duties. It is our hope the future city manager will display the leadership needed to fully restore the morale of our employees. We applaud the council for taking the ever important first steps in restoring a high quality working environment in which we can proudly and passionately serve our community once again. This letter was approved by bargaining Unit 6 membership with a vote of 121 yes and 1 no vote. Unit 6 was approached by employees represented by other bargaining units expressing their support with 29 yes and 0 no votes. I would like, as a last thought, I would like to ask that tonight's meeting be adjourned with a moment of silence in memory of Morgan Chalot, a co-worker and AFSCME brother of ours that we tragically lost recently. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gary. And we certainly can give Morgan another moment of silence. I did adjourn the meeting in his memory on February 22nd for Morgan. And as you know, we're not able to answer since we are in bargaining with your unit right now. So we cannot respond to your comments, but thank you for sharing those with us. All right, Robin, go ahead, Robin.
I'd like to have 3 people come up. It was from the first request when we had Hwarang Youth Foundation. But
everybody has 3 minutes. So would you like to?
Can I go in order? So can I have Grace Kwok go first, and then I go next, and then Unsu Cho go next?
Okay, so Grace, go ahead, Grace. Nora, can we pull Grace up? Grace and then Robin and then Yunsu. Okay, go ahead, Grace.
Hello, Mayor Lisa Gilmore and council members Kathy Watanabe, Raj Chahal, Karen Hardy, Kevin Park, Sidanshu Jain, and Anthony Becker. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak with you. I would like to express my gratitude for the Korean culture that I can enjoy through places like Koreatown and El Camino Real that the city of Santa Clara rendered us. The 3 of us are members of the Hwarang Youth Foundation, a Korean American organization to serve the community. We stand here today because we would like to request that Santa Clara and Icheon continue maintaining a good relationship. I want to begin by offering my perspective on this matter as a second-generation Korean American. Above all, I want nothing more but for Santa Clara and Icheon to continue having a good relationship without a baseless misunderstanding getting in the way. Having lived here my whole life, I know that Santa Clara is rich with Korean culture in the form of many Korean restaurants and supermarkets, places that Korean and non-Korean Santa Clara residents alike frequent. This relationship is possible thanks to Icheon and Santa Clara's relationship. As someone who benefits from this relationship, I wanted to thank the city of Santa Clara for allowing me to. A closer relationship with Icheon by regarding Icheon as a sister city would allow for even more cultural exchange that can help unite the people of Santa Clara and allow us to enjoy even more Korean culture. I implore that there is not only a good relationship between Santa Clara and Icheon, but with all Korean cities in general, and I would be ecstatic to see more active cultural exchange happening. Icheon is not a dog-eating city. They are far from it and should not be generalized as such. And I want to pass it to Robin.
Thank you. Robin, go ahead, Robin. There you go.
All right, thank you. Hi, I'm Robin Park, and I'm a second-generation Korean American, the International Vice President for the Hwarang Youth Foundation, and also part of the ASB class in Fremont High School. When I read the email that I'm sure most of the council members received, I was really upset and disgusted by the videos. It was almost unbelievable, and turns out I was right. After a few minutes of web surfing, I came to a realization that none of these crazy claims are true. The email wanted to plead to the Korean government to make dog killing illegal, but this was already done in June of 2018 when the South Korean Municipal Court ruled out killing dogs for dog meat. For reference, America banned dog and cat meat trade in December of 2018, which is 6 months after Korea. In Korea, the Taepyeongdong complex, which was used to be one of the largest dog meat farms, was closed by the South Korean government in 2018. In the petition, there was a video from the popular Korean news outlet JTBC, basically Korea's CNN. They showed the horrors of illegal dog farming business, and in the end showed the police shutting it down. Another video from the petition showed dogs being abused in 2013 and was looked down upon from more than 99% of Koreans, leading to the 2018 ban on dog killing 6 months after America took action. The 6 months before America took action, sorry. The site that created the petition is called KoreanDogs.org. KoreanDogs.org is extremely misleading. After reading through their website, they have petitions created for every sister and friendship relationship cities, targeting Koreans and labeling every city under the title of major dog meat suppliers. Although dog meat farming is illegal, KoreanDogs.org tries their best to paint these Korean cities as savage, dog-eating cities to sever ties with valuable American relationships. They also urge people to boycott Korean products, even though none of these accusations are true. Icheon is far from a major dog meat supplier and instead known for the best rice cultivation in Korea. None of this is part of Korean culture, and much of the public is being misled to supporting misleading petitions. We want to ask the council and audience to understand the facts and continue a strong relationship with the Korean friendship city, Icheon. I also beg people to do their own research before supporting false claims. I'll now hand it over to Unsu.
Thank you. Unsu, go ahead.
Hi, I am Unsu Cho. I am a member of Hwarang Youth Foundation, Silicon Valley, and I attend Archbishop Mady High School, also part in student government. Continuing from Robin, now I would like to introduce the significance of Icheon and its cultural amazement. Icheon is known as the city of culture and art in Korea. Icheon has been working as a member of the UCCO, the UNESCO Creative Cities Network, by showing its potential for outstanding cultural development. One of Icheon's cultural examples is 도자기, ceramics in English. These ceramics continue Korea's proud culture in Icheon, with not only ornamental traditional ceramics, but also modern living ceramics that are famous worldwide. Icheon also has a big impact on global semiconductors. SK Hynix, a factory in Icheon, is said to have the second highest semiconductor production in the world. Memorial DRAM, the most used and important parts of semiconductors, are being made in Icheon's factories. And finally, Icheon is also very famous for the best rice cultivation in Korea. Imagine a freshly cooked, sticky and savory rice with a table of soy paste soup with tofu and spicy kimchi with KBBQ. Yum, right? And as such, Icheon is a city that retains and continues beautiful Korean cultures. And I also love Santa Clara. I hope Icheon will continue to have a good relationship with Santa Clara County and develop with each other through cultural exchanges. And I also hope people in Santa Clara could also enjoy the freshly cooked, delicious rice from Icheon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the three of you for giving us that information. We do appreciate it. We've all received a lot of emails and many of us have watched those videos as well. So thank you for your presentation and your information. Dan, go ahead, Dan.
Hi, Madam Mayor, Council. Thank you for the time. And I just wanted to dovetail what Mary had talked about, that the Reclaiming Our Downtown team and I know these are difficult times for all of you, and we're all here for you. You've got a group of individuals that, as Mary said, over many months, got up at 4 and 5 a.m. to call cities in the Midwest and the East Coast to understand ways to help Santa Clara. In 2019, the city knew that the current City Hall building would not meet the needs of Santa Clarans or staff. The city has already spent $900,000 to study the rebuilding and relocation of City Hall. Again, we are not, Reclaiming Our Downtown is not advocating for a City Hall to move downtown yet. We are advocating for a study of this. This is because of the math that we have heard from these city leaders. A reduction of construction costs with mixed-use city halls in multiple cities, annuities from the City Hall building from mixed use, an influx of hundreds of millions of new private development dollars after the relocation of these city halls, and most importantly, we will, after 60 years, once again have a complete downtown, which means it will bring in the millions of dollars that we're seeing in such cities as Los Gatos, Mountain View, Campbell, Redwood City, and Palo Alto. It will also bring in TOT dollars from the hotels. We would like to present this to council during the 322 meeting to make sure this data is heard prior to budget discussions in May and June, and that this study be funded. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. IBEW, no name, IBEW. There. Hello.
Hey, how's it going? I'd just like to thank the council and Mayor Gilmore. I'd just like to state that the IBW at Silicon Valley Power stands steadfast with our brothers at ASME as they go through the process of seeking a fair and equitable successor agreement. During this pandemic, I'd just like to state that both their group and our group have done our very best to provide the best possible service to the good people of Santa Clara during these tough times. And I feel like those guys do a good job day and night. So just want to make that known.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you at IBEW and Unit 6 and everyone who works for the city who has helped us through the pandemic. Believe me, we know how difficult it has been, and you've stuck with us, and we really appreciate all of our city employees. We really do. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on any issue? Tori, go ahead, Tori. Hello, Tori. You're muted, Tori.
Hello?
There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, so I'm a resident and I wanted to go back and speak a little bit on what the presentation given by Gary Ferraris said. And as a resident and somebody with a degree in management and background knowledge of HR laws, procedures, and protocols, I myself could never imagine my management team treating employees in ways as such as the disgusting, horrific ways that were mentioned during this presentation. There were laws and mandates that were brushed off for just pure reasons of simple laziness. The city is held to a high standard. However, it's been shown that these standards were not of any concern by the fact that Deanna was allowed to only remain in her position, but also get away with treating employees in these manners. She treated employees in a way that she felt showed her power in her position as a city manager. However, she did it in an unlawful way. She flaunted her position and power by putting employees last with very little to absolutely no concerns for safety or well-being. She's done this in her previous positions with the city of San Jose as well. And the fact that the city of Santa Clara could allow actions like this to take place by a member of management makes me sad to be a resident. Our employees deserve better. City of Santa Clara, I urge you to listen to your employees and do better. I'd like to end my comments by stating that Deanna is in fact a disgrace to the city and needs to be removed immediately.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, just want to say that, I think that with all that happened with COVID and our economy gone downhill, and I think it's time that we no longer listen to any future mandates that might destroy our economy. And I know what's happened with our city and county. We've lost a lot of money, and unfortunately, people, I guess, we're overpaid, but we probably would have been kind of money if our economy was still doing well. And I mean, Fauci first said, wear the mask, then he says, don't wear the mask. Dr. Rand Paul, proved that Fauci funded the Wuhan lab. The guy should be in prison for what he's done to millions of people across this country. It's just crazy what's happened. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Assistant City Clerk, do you have any written comments?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I have 2 public comment emails that come in and requested to be read into the record.
Okay.
The first one is from Kathy Amazal. It is unconscionable that any member of the Santa Clara City Council would make a derogatory statement about anyone, let alone a member of the city staff. The citizens of Santa Clara voted for a more diverse population on the council because it was their belief all persons should be represented. Councilmember Park has called our city manager a dog. I'm not sure where Councilmember Park learned to slur a person as a form of public commentary, especially after firing her without cause. However, it is not acceptable in our community. I call on the entire council in the city of Santa Clara to demand a formal apology to the former city manager, Deanna Santana, immediately. Furthermore, Councilmember Park needs to issue a written and spoken apology to all women who reside, pay taxes, and vote in the city. I personally think he should be removed from office. Santa Clara is a city of importance to all who live here, but today there is a sense of embarrassment and shame because of these ignorant and hurtful words. We must model for the youth in our city that this type of behavior is not allowed by an elected person. I'm not sure he recognizes for whom he is supposed to advocate. Did he participate in training for this coveted role of elected official? Does he know our great city has an ethical framework by which we operate? This is 2020, and all persons, women and men, are to be respected in our communities by our elected officials, or the consequence should be that you are not allowed to represent our city. How ironic that I'm writing on International Women's Day. Council members, please do the right thing and insist Councilmember Park apologize to all women in our community. End of comment. The next comment is from Carol, and it says, with multiple domestic violence 911 calls to Kevin Park's home for Kevin Park's wife beating, it's no surprise he compared Deanna Santana to a dog. He is a misogynist with dangerous anger management problems. He isn't fit to represent our city. End of comment. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. No other public comments? All right, Councilmember Park.
So I do have a comment about that, which is, I believe it was Kathy Almazal and Carol. And I think that there's a lot of other people in the community that feel very similarly, which is I'd like to make a formal apology, and I will print this statement on the website and if on my website and possibly on the city's website if we can. But I would like to apologize for my comments regarding the situation around Santa Clara City Council actions. And so I am sorry and embarrassed for the statements that I made to local media regarding the situation around our city management. I meant no offense while trying to find an analogy to describe the effect of issues impacting city work. But understand that my words have negatively impacted not just the city manager, but the community as a whole. I sincerely apologize directly to City Manager Deanna Santana and to the entire community for the statements I made. It was not my intent to imply that anyone was a dog, but my intent was to describe the situation. I fully accept faults for my poorly thought out analogy. My comment was thoughtless, and I regret making the statement. I will continue to work with all of the individuals and communities involved to further address the situation and to demonstrate the sincerity of my apology. And again, I will print this written statement on my website and on the city website if possible. But again, for everyone out there, I'm very sorry for the words that I said, and I'm very sorry. Thank you.
Have you apologized to City Manager Santana?
Well, I apologize now, and if I have the chance to talk to her, I can do that as well.
So
I will do that.
So you didn't even take the chance to apologize to her?
Given the situation, I've been advised not to make comments. To people directly.
You've been advised not to make comments after you made all those comments? I'm sorry, I personally am completely offended by what you said. And I know that your comments were not the first time you've made these types of comments, and they probably won't be the last time you make these types of comments about women. I think it's reprehensible what you have said, and that if that was an apology and you didn't even apologize to the city manager, that's unacceptable to me. It really is. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I'm just concerned what we're talking about, because we're going out, I think, out of bounds. I think, you know, there was an apology stated, but again, I am going to refer to what also Councilmember Park said is we can't talk about this. And I think you were there too, Mayor Gilmore, when we said we can't talk about it. So I just want to make sure we're all following the law.
I don't know what law you're talking about, but I think his comments, which were very public, are just reprehensible. Carol, I'm going back now. This is brand new, so I'm going back to the public. Carol, go ahead.
Hi, I represent your Unit 6 people, and I'm just going to say that Deanna Santana she is not a good person. And Lisa, I don't even understand why you support her in any way. Kevin, I appreciate your attempt to be reasonable with her. The rest of you, get rid of her. She was a mess before you hired her, and she is continuing to be a mess. She is causing you problems. She is possibly causing you lawsuits within your city because she didn't do the right thing. Wake up and look at what's going on. Hire somebody decent and reasonable, please. I'm just begging. These are people that work for you, that love you, and they appreciate their city. And you're doing this. This is not right. And this should not be a public comment. I'm sorry.
I just want to say, Ms. McEwen, that the two issues are not connected. It's based on the fact that Councilmember Park made some very damaging comments, regardless of how you feel about the city manager. Calling a professional woman, a dog, is not acceptable to me in any universe. And so those two items, I understand your feelings about her employment as the city manager, but this is International Women's Day, and women should be respected regardless of who they are, and they shouldn't be name called. That's where I'm coming from. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the opportunity. Yeah, there was a press conference earlier today, actually right out in front of City Hall, that I was made aware of, and it was actually a part of the Latino coalition of Silicon Valley, which also issued a statement regarding the comments made by Councilmember Park about City Manager Deanna Santana. And I got to watch the conference this afternoon, and it was emphasized that in the Latino culture, a woman being called a dog is very derogatory, in addition to the historical practices of categorizing Mexicans with dogs. So either way, these comments are historically and culturally insensitive. These derogatory words are also used as a tactic to dehumanize and demoralize a person. This behavior was also used by a local publisher, referring to the city manager as a Simon Legree, and who was a fictional character, just for the record, but who was a brutal slave dealer who raped women. And this comparison was just as egregious as Deanna, because Deanna Santana is married to a man of color. As the mayor just said, today is International Women's Day, a day to celebrate the accomplishments and strengths of women around the world. Interestingly enough, when Deanna Santana was hired by the city of Santa Clara back in 2017, the Mercury News, in its Sunday edition of the local section, posted in the latest line, "Who's up, who's down?" You see it, it's usually at the bottom of the paper on Sundays, the bottom for first page. There was an up arrow and Deanna Santana's name, saying that it was announcing that Santa Clara City Council voted 6-1 to hire Sunnyvale top administrator as the new city manager. And despite all that Deanna has accomplished, these deplorable words used against her show how women of color are still marginalized, and the fight for equality against Latinas and all women of color continues. Based on the statements heard at the conference today and the call to demand a public apology and censure, I would like to make a motion that this issue be placed on a future agenda for discussion on potential actions, including censure or admonishment, to take against Councilmember Park for his insensitive comments about the female city manager. And that is my motion that I'd like to make.
I'll second that. Councilmember Becker.
I gotta say, I wish there was a point of order because none of this is on the agenda. These concerns are valid. I take them very serious of what was written in these letters. But again, you were there, Mayor Gilmore, you were there, Councilmember Watanabe. We were advised by legal counsel not to discuss anything regarding this issue. And by you guys doing this, I am very concerned for our residents and our city. So I suggest we move on. And if you want to have this discussion further, you do your own 0-30, whatever it is. We need to stop talking about this, period. And if you have a problem, please talk to the legal counsel.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor to refer this item to a future council agenda. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Mayor, there's a hand up.
It's yours.
No, it's from the public.
Sandy Meyer's hand is up.
Sandy, go ahead, Sandy. On this issue, on this motion.
Yes, I'd just like to say that, first of all, I don't support anybody calling anybody a name. That's pretty much a kindergarten type of thing that we're told not to do. But to take this platform that the mayor and the council person is using to politicize this whole event, which is what you're doing. As I remember a certain election a few years ago, when the mayor specifically attacked another councilwoman and several of the city council herself, and it should have been brought to the attention then. The other thing is, how can you completely sit there and talk about how wonderful you think this city manager is after just listening to 20 minutes of her lack of leadership and the abuse that many employees, not just Unit 6, but many employees in the city have suffered under her leadership. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And I'm not talking about how wonderful the city manager is. I don't condone any name calling to any woman of anywhere in any universe with those types of comments. And that's strictly what I'm talking about. And that's what this motion is about. This horrific name calling, period. So we have a motion and a second. Council Member Chahal.
So procedurally, this motion should not have been there. This is a public hearing and this is not right thing to do at this time. Yes, I do condemn what Councilmember Park said. It's highly condemnable, but I will basically abstain from this vote because we are setting a wrong precedent that we can bring any agenda item, anything for vote during a public hearing. We are setting a wrong precedent. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to put this on a future agenda to discuss Councilmember Park's comments. Okay, roll call vote.
Mayor, there's a hand up for the motion.
Person already spoke.
They spoke already on the motion. So if you're, I'm ready for the vote. Okay. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
I'll abstain.
Councilmember Hardy.
No.
Councilmember Park.
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Jane.
No.
Councilmember Becker.
Abstain.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, so this will not be taken up any further. All right. We're going to move on now to consent items pulled for discussion. Councilmember Jane, you pulled 2 items, 5E. That's action on the Santa Clara Convention Center fiscal year 2021, 2022 second quarter financial status report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was pleased to see that in the quarter ending December 31st, that the convention center made a profit. The net operating income was positive, 189,000. But for the year to date, it was at a loss of 321,000. And so it seems like we're on an upswing with this latest quarter results. But then I was dismayed to see that the total projection for fiscal year 22 is a negative 697,000, which means we're expected, and this is a rolling forecast. So we're expected to lose, according to this, another $370,000 for the operations. And I wanted to understand why that was the current projection. And then I also wanted to understand where that money comes from for that net loss. So if somebody could explain that.
I'll take that question. This is Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Thank you for the question. So with the adopted budget, we did anticipate roughly a $650,000 loss of operations for the convention center as we ramped back up from COVID, being shut down from COVID. You are correct in observing that this quarter was better than expected. And I think just by way of operations, as the events pick back up, there will be a break-even point where those dollars will exceed the expenses. But from an overall standpoint, a loss is still projected. There are positive signs, at least from Spectra, and Kelly Carr from Spectra is also on the line to provide additional details if needed. But From an overall standpoint, we were projecting a loss and continue to do so. And then your second question with regards to funds, there are some fund balance or surplus dollars in the Convention Center Enterprise Fund as part of the budget, that those dollars were expected to offset the losses at least this year.
Can you say how much money is in that fund for, say, future losses or?
I believe it was north of $1 million, and I think it was anticipated, if I recall from the budget, to cover the losses anticipated both this year and next year as part of the 2-year budget that was approved July 1st.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
All right, is there any other council members that have any comments? Members of the public have any comments on the Convention Center budget report? All right, is there a motion to note?
Yeah, yes, I'd like to make a motion to note and file the report.
Motion second to note and file. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. The next item is 5M, action on Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation that council approve the park master plan schematic design for the new public mini park to be located at 5150 Calle de Sol and 2350 Calle de Luna, related Tasmanese focus area. Councilmember Jane or Vice Mayor Jane, you pulled this too.
Yes, I would like to disclose that I did meet with the applicant or the developer of this park, related companies. And I was a little concerned about the play structures for the kids. All I saw was a slide in a tunnel. I didn't see any type of climbing structure. They do have swings. And I wanted to get a list of the activities for kids at this park and why there was no standard play structure. Like there's a nice little climbing structure at the Eddie Souza Park, which I constantly see kids at. This is kind of a non-traditional design of a park. And ideally, I'd like to see like a rope climbing tower at this park. And I was wondering if there was any opportunity to provide more climbing opportunities for kids.
So
Can anyone answer that? Oh, Jim, go ahead, Director Teixeira.
yes, James Teixeira, Director of Parks and Recreation. The city's Parks and Recreation Department works with our residential developers and their park landscape architects to ensure both creativity and compliance with our established research-based best practices and park design principles. So this particular mini park has 8,194 square foot playground. It was reviewed through our established community and commission input process. The community survey had over 182 participants, about 7.5 hours of input. It also had 2 Parks and Recreation Commission reviews and a recommendation for approval. So at the November 16th, 2021 meeting, the developer did deliver a presentation, which is available as an attachment to the agenda report in Legistar. And I will send that out after this meeting for council and staff to review as well. The park playground matrix is included in the presentation. That's one of the standard things that we require developers to provide. It shows that all the elements of play are included at the beginner, the intermediate, and the advanced levels for ages 2 through 5 and ages 6 through 12. The playground as designed supports a maximum capacity of 71 persons. The elements of play, in addition to climbing, which is the topic of this discussion, includes balancing, sliding, brachiating, spinning, swinging, running, free play. And they're all inclusive by design. So that is more than just ADA. So in this particular rope climber that is being suggested, sometimes those are not considered inclusive. So they may be included in some of our parks, but they're not an inclusive design element. And in a park of this size and playground that is small by comparison with many of our other larger neighborhood parks. This is a mini park. Neighborhood parks are over 1 acre. This mini park is, like I said, a ½ acre. We try to include the diversity of play and ensure that includes all of the elements. So it is an efficient design that we have. It'll ensure that there is a diverse and varied program of play elements. And when you connect this park with the other neighborhood parks within the Tasmania specific plan, the community will find other apparatus that may meet the request in this case. So at this time, we're not recommending a change to the design. It's gone through the public input process. And again, the park matrix does show that we do have beginner, intermediate, and advanced for all of the 8 elements of play. So hopefully that addresses the concerns as well as the request.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I met with the developer yesterday and was actually quite impressed with the park that was put forth. I mean, in such a small area, like Director Teixeira just said, it's only ½ an acre, and it also includes a dog park and space for an unleashed dog park. Which is definitely needed in the north side. And this park will be available to the public as well. I was glad to hear that there was such an extensive outreach and response from the public. And frankly, the boulders, the climbing structures that are in place are something that I've heard a lot of parents actually asking for recently. And I've talked to Director Teixeira about it. It just is something different. You know, people are into the outdoors. And so there are actually 3 areas where they're like climbing boulders. And it was just really nice to be able to see that as an alternative to just, you know, the traditional, but at this items you usually see in a park. But at the same time, it's something different. It showed that the Parks and Rec Commission, you know, was listening to the residents and taking all of that into consideration. So I actually thought it was a really nice design, and I think it'll be very well welcomed by the residents. Thank you.
Could I have a motion from someone on this so we can get that park built?
Motion to accept staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the master park plan. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on this? Okay, seeing none, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. The next item we have is the public hearing general business. First is action to waive first reading and introduce an ordinance approving a military equipment funding acquisition and use of policy pursuant to Assembly Bill 481 and note and file recommendations submitted by the Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to adopt AB 481 policy and ordinance. I see we have Chief Nikolai here. Chief, did you want to make comments on this?
Yes, just to let you know, we had a PowerPoint ready to go for this, but apparently the big IT problems at City Hall have eliminated that as an option. So you're going to get me instead. So
Chief Nikolai?
Yes.
This is Assistant City Clerk Pimentel. We are back up. If you'd like, we can pull it for you.
That would be great. Thank you.
Sure. Please stand by. it was working and
When you want it to work, right? It's Murphy's Law, right?
It'll give you a chance to look at my incredible Zoom background. So
It's pretty nice. I know it's a council, we have copies of your presentation, I believe. Yes.
okay, I actually have it on my computer now. If the city council isn't working, I could share my screen if that's possible. Oh, there it is. Perfect. So excellent. So again, this is the Assembly Bill 481 about the military equipment funding, acquisition, and use. So if you go to the next slide. So on September 30th, Governor Newsom signed 8 police reform bills, and this included AB 481, which is the one we're discussing today. So the main focus of all these bills was to increase transparency, accountability, and oversight. Specifically for 481, it was to focus on military equipment. And the legislature actually described specifically what military equipment was. But go to the next slide, please. So AB 481 had several requirements. First, we had to post our policy and our department inventory, and we had to do that 30 days prior to a public meeting. So we had to do a public meeting to solicit input from the community on our, use policy. In addition, we have to reach out to our governing board, which is you, City Council, and to approve our policy and ordinance. And then we also have to prepare an annual report. So our annual report will show how our equipment is being used, the maintenance, use, and costs, internal audits, verifying that we're using the equipment properly, and also solicit community feedback on the use of this equipment. So our first annual report will be due on May 2023. But we're here with you now because while this is a yearly requirement, the first requirement is that we get approval to basically continue using all the equipment that we've been using up to this point. And again, this also requires us to get approval for all the funds that we use for military equipment. So I think the key point of this law was about community engagement. So if you go to the next slide, as I noted, we were supposed to have one public meeting. We went above and beyond that. So in January, we posted all of the information online. January 24th, we presented a policy to our Chiefs Advisory Committee, and they gave us some recommendations, which we adopted and took that new policy and changes to our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Police Subcommittee on February 2nd. They also provided some input, and so we updated our website and social media, and we had on February 10th a virtual community meeting. Again, we were very well received in this community meeting. We got some other good feedback, and we've used all this feedback to modify our policies. Next, we went on February 28th to the full task force meeting and presented to them. And I believe they are submitting a letter in support of our policy from the entire task force. Finally, on March 4th, we posted that we're going to have the council meeting today, and we are obviously here today on March 8th, presenting to the city council to gain approval and the recommendations. So I talk a lot about military equipment. And so if you go to the next slide, this is what our equipment inventory is. And in your council packet, it goes into much greater detail. And again, on our website, it goes into much greater detail, all of the items on the equipment. AB 481 designates 15 categories of items as military equipment. And you'll note here we have 7 that we are using at this time. So a couple of key points to this slide are the items that have been used by us. The majority has been through federal grant funding. As a result, the councils have given approval for all of these equipment because all of these items have been before council at one point or the other. And finally, if you look at the slide, the column to the right, you can see that we've been using this equipment for years. And so this isn't something new. We're not trying to, militarize our department. We're just basically getting approval to use the equipment that we already have. If you go to the final slide, so the recommendation again is to waive the first reading and to approve the ordinance, and also to note and file the recommendation submitted by the task force regarding our AB 481 policy and ordinance. I know there's a lot of information that was in the packet, so I am available to answer questions. I also have several members of my command staff here as well. And I believe also that Neil Datar is available to make comments regarding the DEI recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief. We'll start with council comments, questions. First is Councilmember Hardy, followed by Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chief Nicolai. I was thrilled with all the outreach you did and so happy to see that our task force felt comfortable. I wanted to make certain that our public understood what you're asking for as waiving the first reading is my understanding is that is to speed up the process. If you could speak to that at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Chief, thanks for joining us tonight, and thanks for the presentation. So I guess what it comes down to is, from what I've understood about this, is this proposed policy, it stems down to transparency. And I think that's what basically it's all about. Governor Newsom, like you were stating, signed the bill back in September, last September. It requires the governing, as it says, Assembly Bill 41, which requires the governing bodies of law enforcement agencies to adopt the regulations for any equipment the police department previously obtained that's considered military level equipment. I think that's probably that it's the transparency highlight, that it's the laws requiring police to annually report that to the public. And as any member of the public, I think they would want to know that, especially if there has been any complaints received and if there has been any audits or violations. Now, looking at the items that we do have and that you just listed, I think that's pretty normal. I don't see anything that's out of, out of character. At the same time, I do think about a lot that we do have a stadium. So I understand a lot of needs as well. And, we had a Super Bowl. And I know back then we had a lot of discussions with Homeland Security and certain needs, I think, that the police force needed to adapt to. I forget how far back that was. That was right before we got the Super Bowl. But, going back to, I'm about police reform, but at the same time, I'm also about public safety. And I think that this is just, it took me a while to understand it a little more. And I'm glad you presented this, because it comes down to the transparency of saying what we are providing our residents and the public safety, so we aren't being overly militarized. So I'm about the reforms, but at the same time, I do believe that this is a good measure and I'm in support of it.
Any other council questions? I think there was a question in there with Councilmember Hardy. Chief,
Yes, Mayor, I can actually, I think
Sure,
CAO
yeah,
could answer that. The waive first reading language is simply to avoid council persons or the mayor having to literally read every single word of the proposed ordinance, including the whereas clauses, into the record. So yes, you're absolutely right. It is a time-saving measure, but it is not in any way negatively impacting transparency, as there is a full description as well as the attachment of the proposed ordinance.
Thank you, Sue. Okay, do we have any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? All right, seeing none, do we have a motion to waive the first reading and introduce the ordinance?
I'll motion.
Oh, I was going to, but that's fine. I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation, and thank you, Neil, for being here on behalf of the task force. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right.
Mayor,
Next
could I
item.
just make one
Yes.
clarification just for the record? Did the motion also include a note and file of the letter from the task force?
Staff
That was part of the.
recommendation, is that in there? That's in the staff.
It is in there. I just wasn't sure if the motion included that or not.
Yes, it does. Thank you for clarifying that too.
Thank you.
In the recommendation. Yeah, thank you. All right. Next, item number 8, action on amendment number 5 to the agreement for the performance of services with Wilson Ehrig and Associates for noise monitoring services at Levi Stadium. I don't know who has this one. Anybody?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development, and I'm ready to present. And it looks like we're continuing to be able to do so with the PowerPoint. So happy to see that. So this item tonight, staff is requesting that the City Council take action on amendment number 5 to the city's agreement with Wilson Ehrig and Associates to provide noise monitoring services at Levi Stadium. All right. So our current stadium noise monitoring program began with council direction in 2016 and the selection of Wilson Ehrig and Associates as our consultant in 2017. And Derek Watry and Sarah Cadet, I'm sorry, actually just Derek Watry from Wilson Ehrig is with us tonight. He's our consultant. And he'll help with the presentation, any questions you may have. Wilson Ehrig initially conducted in-person noise monitoring for several events held at Levi Stadium, including concerts and sporting events. Derek Watry also participated in a study session with the City Council in 2017. Following the recommendations of our consultant and the direction of the City Council, the city then contracted with Wilson Ehrig to install and maintain 4 noise monitors in proximity to Levi Stadium. Data collected by the noise monitors may be accessed through a website, which is also maintained by the consultant. Next slide, please. So this slide includes images of 2 of the noise monitor installations on the left and the map of their locations relative to Levi Stadium. 2 are located on Cheney Street to the south of Levi Stadium, and 2 are located in the neighborhood to the east of the stadium on the streets on either side of Catherine Hughes Elementary School. Data collected from each of the 4 noise, okay, let's look at the next slide, please. So data collected from each of the 4 noise monitors can be accessed on our website. The data is presented in 2 formats that are screenshots here on this slide. One is based on 1-hour increments, and one is based on 5-minute increments, as you can see on the right. The 1-hour increments on the left, that image, it communicates noise levels in the same format as they are addressed in the Levi's Stadium permit, which establishes target noise level for the surrounding neighborhoods based on 1-hour average noise levels. The 5-minute increments depicted on the second table are useful for identifying specific events that generate higher noise levels. And the table also includes a speaker icon that you can see there that if you click on that, it links to recordings of any noise event that exceeds 60 decibels. So examples of noise events recorded by the monitors include noisy vehicles, such as a motorcycle or a garbage truck, yard work activities such as leaf blowers, airplane flyovers, and the foghorn that is blown at the stadium when the 49ers score. For both tables, it is possible to turn on or off a filter that removes noise from the airplane overflights associated with Mineta International Airport in San Jose. It is also possible to review the data from any date. There's a calendar button you can search through, going all the way back to when the monitors were installed in July of 2017. Based on recent council direction last year, a monthly report was added on the website that highlights times when noise levels exceeded the target noise levels for each month. It is also possible to download the data into a spreadsheet format if people want to use that. Next slide, please. The city has been periodically renewing our contract with Wilson Erig since 2017. And the current proposal would be the fourth amendment to extend the original contract. Extending the contract allows us to maintain the monitors, which are being leased through Wilson Erig, as well as the website, which they maintain. And last fall, in September, staff proposed an 18-month extension of the contract. And at that time, the council instead granted a 6-month extension to the contract, so that it now expires at the end of this month. Council also requested a more detailed analysis of noise data collected by the monitors and information regarding the possibility of purchasing the noise monitors instead of leasing them as we currently do. The next slide, please. So the staff report that was provided for tonight includes attachments with examples of reports prepared by the consultant describing the noise levels generated by events at the stadium in a couple different formats. One is from 2017 when the consultant conducted live monitoring of concerts that occurred at the stadium and prepared those attached reports to summarize their findings. We then more recently, over the past few months, the consultant did an analysis of noise generated by recent 49er football games. We've not had any concerts during that time period. And the consultant provided a different type of report that sort of summarizes the noise levels from those games. That's also available for your review. So the consultant is really able to provide a variety of reports and services based on the city council's request. So if we can clarify what we would like them to do, I think they are able to respond to a wide variety of things. They've provided different services in the past, and I think they've expressed willingness to continue to do so. I think the key thing for us, for the city council, is to identify specific objectives or requests that we would like to see in that analysis so that we can make sure that we have the right information to meet the needs of the council in the community. And next slide, please. So as requested by the council, we've also researched the possibility of purchasing their own noise monitors instead of continuing to lease them as we currently do. The specific monitors that we are currently leasing are not available for purchase. So we identified an alternative monitors that could be purchased. But we want to note that they don't have quite the same technological capabilities. And so we would not really be able to filter out the jet sat noise as we currently do with the ones that we're renting. We also would have to do some additional services to have a website access to that data that we could potentially set that up. So our current rental cost for the 4 monitors is approximately $45,000 annually. The purchase cost would be somewhere between around approximately $51,000, with additional support costs ranging from $15,000 to $30,000 annually, depending on the services that we want to go along with that. Next slide, please. So tonight we are asking the City Council to consider 3 alternatives. The first is that the City Council could go ahead and extend the current contract for 2 years so that we could continue to efficiently maintain that current service if that's a desire of the council. The second would be to extend the contract for a shorter period of time through March 31st of next year, so about 1 year, to continue to provide that service. But during that time, we could go through a new request for proposals process if the City Council so directs us to do so. And then the third would be to some alternative approach that the City Council might want us to take. And I would like to note that, as mentioned earlier, the current contract expires at the end of this month. There is some time involved in removing the equipment as rental. So if we're not going to continue the current contract, then we would proceed to have the monitors removed before the current contract expires. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions that the council may have. As mentioned, also Derek Watry is with us tonight as well to answer questions. And he is with our consultant, Wilson Eric.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. We'll go and start with the questions. Vice Mayor Jane, followed by Chahal.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. If you could go to the second to last slide. And I did want to make a comment. Okay, so the last item here, right now it costs us $45,000 a year to rent, and we could buy the equipment for $51,000. So basically 1 year's worth of rental would allow us to buy 4 monitors. But as you said, the monitors we could buy don't quite have the same capabilities of reporting and so on. But, you know, like, I'm not exactly sure that I need to have the spectral analysis, but I wanted to understand, however, additional support costs range between $15,000 and $30,000 annually. I wanted to understand what those support costs are. And I've expressed in the past that I believe that the reports that we get on our council agendas are frankly not very useful because they don't identify the times that there are events at the stadium. And in the council packet, I saw some really great reports of NFL games and a U2 concert. So those are the kinds of reports that I'm looking for going forward. I don't necessarily need to see noise monitors at all times a day. Particularly, I'm just interested in, say, 20 events per year, and to see if we're exceeding the noise. I mean, these monitors are set up for stadium events. They're not set up for general purpose noise. Otherwise, we'd have them everywhere in the city. So I wanted to really understand whether Wilson Erig, I think I saw in their presentation that they do have software that could filter out jet noise. It would be a post-processing operation, and whether 20 events, we could get reports of, say, 20 events a year that would have both jet noise in and jet noise out. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Dr. Crabtree, for the report. I have a few questions, like on your slide number 6, you mentioned council objectives with a question mark. So I know we had these devices for many years right now, and the reports we got this in this package basically about the Sunday games, U2, Coldplay. So my question is, what is the actual objective of this thing? What is the goal? That's my first question. And second thing is, once we have all this information, what has been the follow-up action? Like, how are we using this thing? Like, we already paid more than 300K of money into this thing. Has it been useful to basically betterment of the quality of life of our resident, or it's keep going like this basically? And I was analyzing all the Sunday games basically on 8/9, 9/26, 10/3, 11/7. All of them have clearly mentioned that the noise level was below the EIR level of 60 decibel basically in each of those games basically. And then if you analyze the jet ambient noise on any day is 73 to 77 dB, which is much higher than what any of the events are causing. So my question is, if we are paying this amount of money, what have we gained? What has we got? What remedial corrective actions the council or the city has been able to take? Or we just keep paying this money and there is no corrective action and there is no like benefit of this thing other than just knowing that, okay, this was the noise level on that day, this was noise level on this day, basically. So I want to like are we getting our money's worth back? If we approve today's, like we'll be paying more than 439K, but what is the benefit of that? So those are my questions, and I would like to have your opinion on those.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for this update, Andrew. You know, these monitors have provided a lot of information and given data to be able to see how the north side is impacted. And it's not just, I mean, they were initially put in there especially after the Beyonce concert and back in 2016. And I actually made the request for the noise monitors and appreciated the city taking action. But the other part of it is over the years, as the team has been, you know, they have training sessions out there, and I get periodic complaints from residents about the noise. I hear from the school, and so I've actually been able to direct the residents to be able to pull up the noise monitoring equipment to see the data so they can see for themselves what exactly is happening, how loud it is, and how to filter out jet noise. These monitors have also just been a great benefit to helping the quality of life for the residents and the noise that comes from the stadium. And especially, I mean, I've seen that there are already 2 concerts scheduled. Actually, I guess there's 3 concerts scheduled now, one in August and then one to be determined, and the one that's already scheduled with Coldplay. So, you know, there's going to be a lot more noise out there than has been, especially in the last 2 years. And as I said, this helps provide a benefit for the residents, you know, and just see how they're being impacted, their quality of life, because again, promises were made to these residents and we need to keep those promises. And this provides a way to be able to do that. So I appreciate that you have stated that the city media has the capacity to filter out jet noise. It sounds like they're the only ones that have that capability, and that is an important factor as well, because yes, jet noise is a problem, but at the same time, it is important to know how loud those planes are, but at the same time to be able to filter out, to separate, you know, the difference between other events in the area, as well as the airplane noise or the jet plane noise. So I'm happy with you know, continuing with the service that Wilson Eyrig has been providing, especially because they are professionals at this. They know how to read these monitors, and they know how to you know, give the reports back, and they've always made themselves available whenever there have been questions, you know, about any use of the monitors. So I'm happy to support 1 or 2 of the alternatives, but I'll wait and hear what other council members have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report. I understand the convenience of being able to see the noise monitoring results, but as Councilmember Chahal asked, what have we done and what do we expect to get done as a result of the noise monitoring? I mean, the problem that I see when we look at the noise monitoring agreement, second to last slide, is we can't buy the equipment that we currently use, and the ones that are sold do not filter out the jet noise. Right. And do we want to filter out the jet noise because the jet noise is the biggest component of the you know, the bad noise that we're hearing? I mean, that could be important. But when I look at the calculations, it says that 2 firms are selling monitoring equipment for a one-time cost for 4 stations of around $50,000. with additional support costs, which are $15,000 to $30,000. And if I average that to about $22,000, $23,000, that gives me $7,000, about $73,000 for the first year. And then for the second year, just the cost of the support, which would again only be $20,000. And when I look at the agreements that we have, looks like, you know, paying anything more than approximately $70,000 for the first year and, you know, $30,000 for the second, it seems like it would be for the next 2 years better to buy the noise equipment. I do have a question similar to what Vice Mayor Jane asked. Does the additional support costs give us the type of reports that we get today? I mean, what is included with those costs? I mean, if I were not ready to make a motion yet, but if I think about this and I look at the alternatives, I would think that it makes sense to extend for 1 year, which would be the same as buying the equipment and paying for the support costs, and then coming back with noise monitoring alternatives. Right, but it almost doesn't make sense for us to go out to pay for the $140,000 when we could buy the equipment and get 2 years of support for much less than that. So I'm a little bit torn, but I'd like to hear what other people have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. When I first moved to Santa Clara, I lived out there on Calle de Primavera. I'm very familiar with the airport noise. And I watched them build the 49ers training camp from my window. But we have a lot of information now on the noise. And I echo what Councilmember Chahal said. What are we doing with that information? I am interested to see what we would get from that with the new concerts which are planned, but the ones in the past have not seen to overshadow what the airport's doing. So I'm concerned also about the cost. I guess I would also ask the question, if we bought our own noise monitoring equipment, would that be only placed in one? Is that permanent, or is it easier to move it to other places? We might need it down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to just make a couple of comments. One, the noise monitoring equipment was put in place because of the complaints we had, especially after concerts. And so the council at the time said that the conditions of development for the stadium clearly identify the noise levels that need to be attained from any events at the stadium, whether it's football games or especially concerts in the evening, or maybe really loud practice noise, to protect the residents out there. And it's my understanding that the cost for these noise monitors is very small, and it's paid by the stadium authority budget and not the general fund. I think that's the payment structure here. But for the last couple of years, there has been no events out there, really no events besides some football games. So the value comes in when these events do come in, and especially the evening events. And there has to be a way to monitor what's happening in those neighborhoods out there, because we have conditions of development, and this is a way to monitor the conditions of development. So, and if there's problems like there was in the past from the practice facility, when noise was became a factor and exceeded some of the noise thresholds, there was measures taken to lower the noise thresholds because we had the monitors out there. So we were able to figure out a way to allow them to have their practice with the noise, but make it less impactful to the neighborhood. So they do come in handy, and they are valuable for the community out there, especially because none of us live around the stadium, but we have a lot of people that do. And so this is a way for them to monitor as well. So if we can take out the airport noise and just isolate it to the stadium type events, I think it's going to be very helpful for the neighborhood. And if it does exceed the noise levels, then we have the opportunity to open the discussion and figure out ways to make sure that our neighborhoods are protected. Okay, staff, would you have some of those questions that you'd like to answer, or you're able to answer, or a consultant can answer on this situation?
Yeah, let me dive in. I think I can take on most of these.
Mhm.
So there is an attachment, the last attachment to the staff report, which has a table that kind of summarizes the two purchase options as well as the rental options are side by side to compare them. So I want to clarify first that really of the two purchase options, one Sigicom, the maintenance cost ended up being about $15,000 a year. The other EnviroSuite is the $30,000. And the main difference that $15,000 difference is attributed to is what's called monthly data hosting cost. And that's related to our ability to have it up on the website. So really, if we want to continue to have website hosting as part of it, we're looking at the $30,000 a year. And that's why we have that number there. So I just wanted to clarify that. I think there was a comment is correct that these are being funded by the Stadium Authority, not the general fund. And then I should also mention too that that price, the purchase price, is based on 4 monitors, as is the rental price. It could be possible to rent 2 monitors or something instead of 4, for example, if you're wanted to consider or purchase a different number, and we have in the past had additional monitors on a temporary basis. For example, when San Jose was going through the process of expanding, of getting approval to expand the airport, we had an additional monitor installed near the San Jose airport in Santa Clara, neighborhood nearby, so that we could gather data in support of our review of their environmental documents. But we currently have the 4 here for the stadium. And there were comments about jet noise, and I think one thing that it's absolutely correct that the jet noise is a major source of noise in the area. And as I mentioned, we're often looking at averages over time. So with the frequency of flights every few minutes, each one adding to the noise levels, it sort of raises the average. And so if we don't sort of parse out the jet noise and we just look at average noise levels, we'll see that we'll get data that suggests that most of the time they're exceeding the threshold that the stadium permit identifies for that neighborhood as a target. And since our goal was really to try and understand how the stadium was affecting noise levels, it was necessary to be able to filter out the jet noise in order to really say, okay, are the stadium activities falling within what the permit condition says? We do receive complaints, particularly around the concerts. In the past, we've had a little bit of a break on that, but we do receive complaints about noise from time to time, and so the monitors have provided us with a lot of information. It's helpful that we can go back in time and look at any date. If we receive a complaint, it may often be sometime after the event occurred, and so it's helpful to be able to go back and look at what were the actual noise levels measured at that time at the complaint. I think the monitors have just helped us to understand what is causing the noise levels. It was also interesting to see the beginning of COVID, when people were not driving, average noise levels dropped. So traffic is also a contributor as people are driving commute times to noise levels, for example. So I think I've kind of touched on most of the questions that I heard or captured, but Derek, since you're on the call too, do you have anything to add at this point?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Microphone on? Good. You're a Cusco consultant, you got to check your mic first thing. First of all, nice to see you again, Mayor Gilmore and council members. Nice to meet those of you that I haven't spoken to before. Yeah, I just want to, first of all, I applaud you all for going into public service, because I know this is the sort of thing that's very difficult, because a lot of data gets put in front of you and you have to make a decision. And I know you're worried about taxpayer dollars, and that's obviously important. And I just kind of wanted to zoom out a little bit and set the framework just to make sure you're kind of clear on what's happening. Wilson Erg is kind of the boots on the ground firm. We're the acoustical consultants that go down to San Jose and deploy the equipment and produce reports when Andrew and others at the city request us to do that. We've been using a company called SETI Media. That's the one that rents. They are and they're more expensive, as you've all picked up on. I mean, it's not the cheap option, but they are the more technically sophisticated option, and they give you a lot of data that the other systems won't necessarily give you. And that's why we went with them originally 5 years ago. I think when we went into this, I certainly know that I didn't realize that this was going to be going on, as long as it has. So I certainly understand the desire to look at options. I think it's obviously wise to do that. But I will tell you that I think the advantage of SETI is that they see their business as selling data. And the equipment is necessary for that, but they want to give you the data that you need to make the decisions and to take the actions you need to take in your situation. That's why when the whole idea of the jet filter came up, these guys just wrote an AI script that would help them identify the jets, and they can filter that out. They do that because, again, they're providing you with data. And if you want data with and without jets, they're going to help you get that data. The other group that's really, I think, that you should look at, the one that's kind of most in contention if you're trying to minimize expenditures, is the SIGICOM, or some people say Sigicom. They sell equipment. They don't really see it. They're just equipment manufacturers. They make their own equipment. They sell it to you. Yes, they do. Their system does collect the data, but that's as far as it goes. At that point, you would have to figure out a way to take that data and send it to the public if you want to do that. If you just want to have reports, like Councilmember Jane referred to, the reports that Wilson Erg's prepared using the data we've had to date for the concerts and for the football games, that's kind of what Wilson Erg does. We take the data and we turn it into information, into reports that put things in context, that provide you with sort of information that you can, digested information that you can use to make decisions. We can certainly do that with the Sigicom, the Sigicom data. It would be a lot more manually, it would take more of our time, and it wouldn't be available to the public all the time. But maybe that's not the important thing here. So and I'd have to think about it a little bit more, depending on how many reports you want. Reports have been kind of done sparingly over the last several years. Of course, last couple of years, nothing because of COVID. We'd have to kind of think about that a little bit. Depending on how often and how intense the reports are, it would take more Wilson Erg time. The equipment costs would go down. We'd have to look at the balance of that. I would finally just point out that if you do buy the equipment, then you own the equipment. And if things break or fail, you've got to deal with it. And that might mean you just call us and have us repair. We don't repair equipment, but maybe we buy replacement parts. Maybe you have to buy another meter at some point. I'm not sure. Just one, again, another facet of this whole thing. There have been problems with the SETI equipment, but because you're renting it, they just simply send replacements and we just go out and put it up. And so there's a bit of an advantage in that sense that you don't have to worry about it. So broadly speaking, SETI is pay more, get more. Sigicom, pay less, you get a little less. And what suits your needs is, that's what makes it a hard decision for you. Is the Sigicom option going to be enough to meet the council's needs? And that I can't answer for you. And that's all I had to say. So thank you very much. And I'm available, obviously.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public, see if anybody has anything, and then I'll do a second round of council members. So is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Edward, go ahead, Edward. Edward? There you go. Go ahead. Edward, can't hear you. Edward, I can barely hear you, Edward.
All right, hold on, let me go ahead.
Get closer. Okay.
Okay, good. All right, yeah, just want to mention, years ago I had mentioned directional hypersonic parametric sound speakers. It was invented by Woody Norris, Norris. You could Google it. And these speakers, I don't know if they put them in at Levi Stadium or at the training camp, but they're directional. So any sound can be directed and then to the right or left or above. Nobody can hear the sound. This guy had invented these speakers, like I think it was like 8 years ago. And I had recommended back then that they use those speakers at Levi Stadium and maybe the practice facility. So if they have, I would think that would help alleviate some of the noise coming from the stadium. So all I wanted to say, thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Anyone else from the public? Assistant City Clerk Nora, do we have any written comments on this item?
I do not, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go back to the council now. Questions or comments or motions? Sorry, hold on a second. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Jane.
Yeah, thank you, Derek. You were saying, yeah, sure, if we buy the equipment, we own it, and if it breaks, but we could rebuy the equipment every year, and I'm sure it doesn't break every year, all 4 units. So I guess my question, which I didn't hear an answer for, was does Wilson Erig have the capability to write that script to filter out the jet noise for, say, 20 reports a year? And then I wanted to understand, my understanding is the noise, the 1% category noise for the U2 concert, including fireworks at 10:50 p.m. was 66 dBs, I guess. And so, or 68 dBs. So what is the attenuation of a single and double pane window? And do you believe that that noise level would be something to keep children awake at night if the windows are closed?
Okay, let's go through the council, and not sure I expect you to answer that question, but Councilmember Watanabe.
I just took my hand down.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else want to comment? Councilmember Chahal.
So I'm coming back to the same thing, like we agree that we have noise monitors, but what do we foresee? What corrective actions we foresee from this thing? Because if we collect the data for multiple years and then we don't do anything, or what is our action plan to basically analyze the data, and what corrective actions do we foresee that because just like Derek mentioned that they never expected this to go that long, like to put these monitors that long. So I'm trying to make best use of the money we are spending, whether it's for the stadium authority or whether it's a general fund money. After all, even stadium authority money comes to the general fund if we save some money over there. And at the end of the day, we are using these things for improving the quality of life of our residents. So that I'm missing that answer, like what corrective actions we have taken. I know I got that point that if the practice sessions were there, we got some information and we took some corrective action. That's the type of corrective action I want to learn basically from these games. Like historically, if whatever data we have for all the NFL games, are there any corrective actions which we can do, which can help to betterment of the quality of life of residents? With the concerts, whatever data we collected since the day one we got it, what are the corrective actions we can take? What we can suggest that this way, after collecting this data, after analyzing this data, let's take these steps so that we can improve the quality of life of the resident. So I'm missing that part basically. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, I'm going to keep my hand up this time. So, so corrective actions. I'm just going to name an example. Well, before the pandemic, when the fighter jets were flying over, and they still do, but the fighter jets were flying over, and the decibel levels in the north side were so astronomical. They were over 90 in some places. And so having the noise monitors in the area helped identify that noise, and then to be able to stadium operations person was able to then go and talk to the military and take corrective actions, because what happened was that the cars, the alarms and all the cars were going off. People were hiding under their beds, you know, cats and dogs, you know, I mean, there was just a multitude of reactions as a result of these fighter jets flying over it at a low level. So those are the kinds of corrective actions that have had a positive impact on my district. And these are the things that I hear about, and frankly, has been so important that those noise monitors have been out there, so that when the residents complain, they can come to me and we follow up and see what corrective actions need to be taken. And several have been taken. I do have one question, and as a point of clarification, Derek or Andrew, are the monitors now, are they switched out like every year, every other year when they need to be replaced? Are they updated at the same price? Because I would imagine technology changes and maybe there's more ability to collect other data and break it down maybe a little bit better to figure out what exactly is, you know, how noise is impacting the residents from all kinds of areas, whether it be a stadium concert or a soccer game, or pyrotechnics, or airplane noise, or train noise, or even cars. I mean, these are important things that impact my constituents. So I would like to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Okay, I have a few, maybe some questions you can answer, which is, I guess one of the biggest things I noticed out there was when I was often in the north side is the biggest, I guess, concern for the quality of life out there is the airport noise. That's every 15 minutes compared to up until 11 p.m. compared to a lot of the noises going on at the stadium. So my question is, how many times would you say in the last 6 years, because I've been trying to look for it myself, would you say that the noise has been overwhelming and a major concern? How many times would you say in the last 6 years that it's gone past those levels that's not airport noise? And another question I do have is about live feeds. This is something that I talked to a lot of my residents about, are you able to live feed into what's going on during a game, during any stadium event, to see what actually is going on there? And if you can, I guess listening on specific nights is the question that I've been relayed to ask.
Okay, anyone else? I just wanted to say Councilmember Park, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been looking at the data, and I mean, we supposedly we have almost 5 years of data, and at least 2 years were affected by COVID, but 2 years were not. And if the jet noise causes the average noise levels to exceed what's desired, doesn't that already tell us something? It would seem that the type of noise monitoring that we're doing is not the right type of monitoring if we're trying to get the effect of the stadium. I mean, it seems that if we want to be able to see the effect of the stadium, maybe we should get a stadium noise monitor, because I mean, I just did a random sample of dates for 2 months in 2020, and half of those days, 4 out of 8, have hours that exceed 60 dBA, even with jet filtering on. I mean, you could just take a look. I can tell you 10th of March, 10th of April, 22nd of April, 30th of April. It just seems that if we have to do jet filtering to get valid results, like it's already telling us what the effects of the noise that's not the stadium, you know, it tells us what that is. So I would think that we would be able to look at the two, you know, years that were affected by COVID, compare them against years that were not affected by COVID, and see, you know, some sort of difference. But even just doing a random sampling, it seems that there really isn't. I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't look like the data, you know, tell us that the noise monitoring is useful. And again, what have we actually done? I mean, we say that we've done things, we've taken measures, but what have we done? What are the measures that have been taken because of the noise monitoring? And I also noticed that there is a report, submit a comment or complaint about noise. How many of those have we actually had? Just curious. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I looked it up because I was pretty certain of it, and I am right. OSHA's permissible exposure limit is 90 decibels for all workers for an 8-hour day. So I think we need to put, when we talk about noise levels, in perspective. And my concern is we're not using this data. Why are we paying for it?
Okay, thank you. So my question is this council's roundabout way of trying to get rid of the noise monitors? Because that's what it sounds like to me. So if that's what you're intending to do, then, you know, just do it if that's what you want to do. But I want to say that the conditions of development prescribe what the noise should be. Those noise monitors have been very helpful, but granted, there hasn't been many concerts there in maybe 2, maybe 3 years. It's been a long time since we've had any activities there. And if you really want to find out what type of noise levels we need to have equipment there, the equipment needs to filter out the airport noise so you can clearly see during a concert what the noise levels are. And then you can compare that to the conditions of development to see if they're complying with the conditions of development. If they're not, then the next concert, you know, there's obviously, you know, there's issues if they don't comply with the conditions of development, but then maybe the next concerts, they turn down their amplifiers. There like they did on the practice facility when they exceeded those noise levels. But I'll tell you, council, I don't think any of you have been there when you start getting the complaints. And I know we're districts now, and maybe you don't care, or you're not interested in what happens in the north side, but there's people that live out there and families that live out there, and we have to show that we care about how they live and to protect them. And this is a way of looking at data. What is the data? You all talk about data. Let's get the data. Let's take this year, if there's going to be all these concerts this year, and compare it. Maybe do a short-term year contract and then look at it and see if the information is useful. But, you know, there hasn't been any concerts there for years. So, and when you think about all the new residential that's been approved out there, that's even more important that we have these noise monitors, because all those residential properties that have been approved are even closer to the stadium. So it's important for us to know what's happening out there. It's important. And we're talking a small amount of money. We spent a bunch of time on this. It's a small amount of money for neighborhood protection. So if your intention is to strip it, then just strip it, you know, instead of doing all this. But I think that this is one of the most important things that we can have out there to protect our neighborhoods and protect our neighbors and our families out there. So keep that in mind. All right, who hasn't spoken yet? Because I'm going to have them answer questions. Has anybody not spoken the second round? Okay, Andrew or Derek, would you like to answer any of those questions that you've had?
Andrew,
I don't know if it's questions or just comments.
Andrew, why don't you go first, then I'll take the more technical questions.
Okay, well, I think that in the council's discussion, you've answered some of them, but I will basically confirm that it's correct that the corrective action that we've taken is basically, you know, to contact the 49ers and say, look, you know, you're exceeding the noise limit in your practice, and then they did agree and turn down the monitors. The concert, the reports that were attached to the staff report from back in 2017 were before we put in the monitors. We were actually had our consultant out there doing manual measurements, and that's when we noted, you know, that there was one exceedance by U2. So you can look at them as also sort of a preventative measure. The fact that we are monitoring helps us to make sure that they are in compliance with their permit conditions. So I think those sort of the how we're using them. And Derek, I think there was a question I know about the ability to write software that would extrapolate the airplane noise. I don't know if you want to address that.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Andrew. Am I muted? No. I actually was making notes, so I'm just going to go down all the notes. Councilmember Jane asked about windows. Councilmember Jane, a single pane window, when it's closed, gives you probably 15 to 20 dB of attenuation, and a double pane window probably gives you 20 to 30. Of course, it depends on, you know, there's a lot of factors, how thick the glass is, how big the air gap is, how well it seals, et cetera. So there's no one answer, but, you know, just in round numbers for your benefit, a single pane window, 15 to 20, and a double pane window, 20 to 30. Single pane windows, as you probably know, went out a long time ago because of energy efficiency requirements. So there's not a lot of them out there, but I mean, you know, if the house was built in the 70s, it may have single pane. Everything built in the 80s and afterwards is likely going to have at least a minimal double pane window. Second one, I think, let's see, Councilmember Chahal kept asking what's the action. I was going to mention this, Andrew just mentioned it. I think there is a benefit to somebody's watching, you know, the fact that the data is not only being collected, but it's publicly available at any time, you know, may have an effect, may help keep things in check that you may find would go away. I bring that up because when this whole thing first came up, the idea of putting monitors out there, by the way, the monitoring system you have now, that was the city's proposal. We just responded to a proposal, you know, can you do this? We want to have 24/7 monitoring, you know, and we, like other companies, you know, bid on that and that request. You know, there's other ways, you know, other way to do it would sort of the old school way of doing it. I've been doing this for 30 years, you know, certainly back in the 90s when I first started doing this, you know, there was no such thing as remote monitoring and wireless transmission and all that. We would just go out there and, you know, on the day of a concert or the day of a football game, we would just go out there with sound level meters and run around the neighborhood and take notes and do that sort of thing and process the data that way. That's fine, except if something happens when you're not around. And particularly with the practice field issue, I think that in the beginning, there was this idea that things were happening and you didn't know when they were going to happen. And so that was the impetus for the 24/7 monitoring. And now you have that. And so when things do happen, you do have the data. And of course, to get the data at all times, you have to have it out there at all times, which is why it's been set up the way it has been. Again, back to Councilmember Jane, jet filter. Yes, Wilson area could probably take the downloaded data from a Sigicom site if you were to buy the Sigicom system, and we would figure out a way to filter out the jet noise. We would do it, you know, manually. We wouldn't do it with an artificial intelligence script in real time the way that the system does now, but we would figure out a way to do that. Let's see. Councilmember Watanabe asked about the equipment getting replaced. Is it getting better? Quite frankly, the sound limiters that are out there now are pretty sophisticated. So I would say the answer to that is no. They haven't gotten any better. The system you have out there now not only does spectral analysis, as someone referred to earlier, which is sometimes helpful. The other systems don't have that, or the Sigicom system doesn't have that. That is helpful sometimes, but it does. The Sigicom system also doesn't make as good of audio recording. The SETI system makes a much better audio recording, which is useful for source identification sometimes. And that kind of segues into a question that Council Member Becker had about live feed. We don't have the microphones recording audio all the time because of privacy issues. We really only have it turn on briefly when there's a particularly loud noise and just for a short period, just so we can identify that was a jet, that was a car, that was a motorcycle, that's the cannons at the stadium or whatever, or that's the concert. So we don't have it come on all the time because you start getting issues about people standing underneath the microphones and having a conversation. You know, it may be unlikely, but you still don't want to be, bugging your citizens, if you will. Let's see. Councilmember Hardy brought up OSHA exposure limits. I appreciate that you looked that up and you are correct about your number. I don't think it's exactly an apt comparison because OSHA exposure limits are meant to keep people from suffering hearing loss over their work careers. It's a very different issue. You're talking about annoying your residents, when they're at home in the evenings in what should be their quiet private space where they can rest and enjoy their family lives or have what have you, their private lives. So it's not really none of this has to do with a hearing loss issue. It has to do with annoying people and can you have land use like a stadium next to basically residential districts and how can you have those two land uses in close proximity and yet have some kind of modicum of compatibility between the two. I think that's what that's really about. And I think that's all I had to say on this round. So back to you, Andrew.
Okay, I think, are you finished, Andrew? Did you get answer all the questions the second round?
I don't have anything to add at this point.
All right, so council, if we can get a motion, I'll go down the line again for a motion. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I know you just a prior ago mentioned about, discussing with the residents and, hearing concerns that happen out there with the stadium in regards to noise. I have been out there to every resident that is in that area near that stadium. I have spoke to every resident near that stadium. And the majority of the time it comes down to Jets. I mean, frankly, we should just name the football team the Jets. And, we have basically a Jet mascot flying over every 50 minutes. They came down to the questions of, when are you going to start making money off of that stadium? It seems like there's never anything happening in there. It's always quiet. So, we do have the need for noise monitors, but I come down to the thought of, I prefer to maybe even own them. Like I said, I wish the residents could tune in, but I'm glad you covered that with, privacy issues, which that solves basically my other question I had. But it gets down to, I look at a lot of the data and the data is pretty clear that the Jets are the major problem. I mean, the air noise is the problem. I have heard limited response of how many concert noises and concerns there have been about that. Like I said, I've met with all those residents in that neighborhood. They say it's little to no issue. There is times where there is noise, but it doesn't go over the point of they can't bear it. So my major questions continue to be is how many violations in the last 6 years? And the question also is, can you name the last concert and the violation of that, the last concert violation and the date of that concert, as well as the last training incident? Because, this should be for the residents to know, because if we're here talking about what money we're going to spend, when was the last time something very violating happened in that stadium? And I think the residents should get to know when the last time that happened, especially the last concert, considering if we're going to have new concerts this year. So those are my just biggest major concerns is coming down to, I would like to know when those violations were.
Do you have a motion on this item? All right, Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, I wanted to, I didn't get an answer to my question. but the maximum noise for the U2 concert with fireworks was 68 dB. If attenuation from double pane windows is 25 dB, that leaves 43 dB. 40 dB is a soft whisper or a quiet office. 50 dB is an urban residence or a dishwasher. So I can't imagine that that would keep a child awake at night. I would like to make a motion to adopt alternative two, which is to extend the contract for 1 year and then to go out for competitive bidding for noise monitoring services. I'm disappointed that Wilson Erig can't write a script to automatically filter out the jet noise. So that is my proposal. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thank you for that. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second the motion, and but at the same time, Mayor Gilmore, nobody's trying to take out the monitors. The question is, with the data we have for 4 to 5 years, what can we use that data to effectively mitigate the issues we are facing? Like, if the dual pane windows are reducing the by 20 to 30 decibel, I would have suggested that all the residents over there, for maybe half of this money, we could have given them a dual pane windows, and they would have been much better position than a single pane windows over there. That's right. And I think resident Edward Strine mentioned the Norris speakers. Let's look at that as an option. Can we look at that option, those Norris speakers he was talking about? These are a part of the solution we are looking at. And I know Council Member Watanabe mentioned that jet noise, fighter jets. To find out the fighter jet noise, we don't need monitors. We clearly know that that will be an issue anyway. We don't need noise monitoring for those. So that's a problem we know, and that we need to attend to it anyway. And I remember one of the other resident in my district, in that part of the area, he had just an iPhone app which could decipher what is the decibel noise he's getting at a particular time. So we can think of something like that. If it is related to, let's say, practice session noise, we can think of some of those type of solutions. We can save the money, and we can fulfill the requirements of the quality of life of residents. So I'm just asking, let's take some corrective action and use the data, whatever we gathered in last 4 years, and then make use of it. And again, as Councilmember Anthony mentioned, if the jet noise is consistently between 70 to 73, 70 to 73, and if you have 3 concerts, I would say, why don't we, as Mr. Derek mentioned, why don't we implement the noises only on those 3 concerts or 4 concerts? If we have 5 concerts in a year, let's do that and find out what are the issues with those concerts and how we can reduce those. I'm just trying to find a solution to a problem and not continuing with the solution and continuing with the problem for a long time. Thank you. And I'll support the motion. It makes sense that.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Actually, thank you. Actually, noise was one of the reasons that I and several other council members, for that matter, fought against bringing a stadium to the city and putting it next to residential neighborhoods. But here we are. And I did ask about at least 2 years of COVID stadium noise versus at least 2 years of pre-COVID stadium noise. And again, I'm looking at the data, and I think that, I mean, data are data, and monitoring is just monitoring, and is what we do with it. And that's where the magic comes in. And I feel like there's no magic in the numbers here. It's data and monitoring. At some point, you would think that we should be able to clearly define the effect of the stadium and separate it from the effect of not having stadium events. I think it's true on stadium days, on some event days, that we can get a little bit more sustained noise, but I'm not seeing a smoking gun from the stadium the way that I would like to see it as someone who opposed the stadium on noise. I do see the effect of jets. Again, I've been looking through the data, I've been looking through the reports. I don't really see that. I mean, if we, I like the recommendation, like the motion that's there. I would like to ask if I can ask for a friendly amendment, which is in addition to initiating a request for proposal to evaluate new potential vendor for noise monitoring services. I'd also like to direct staff to come back with a report on alternative approaches to noise monitoring or noise abatement close to the stadium. I would like to add that if the maker of the motion is so willing.
Fine with me.
Second concurs.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to add 2 bits of information. There was a comment made by Councilmember Becker about the planes flying over every 15 minutes. I'd like you to know that the planes actually fly over every 2 minutes at certain times of the day. And it's a consistent noise that is very deafening. I've experienced it myself. I've tried talking to people, so it's there. The other thing is San Jose Airport is expanding. It's expanded quite a bit over the last 5 years, but continues to expand. And those noise monitors, just by them being there, helps capture the noise and how many times a day and how certain hours of the day. It just helps collect information that you can use to see how the neighborhoods are being impacted, and frankly, even that the curfew is being being kept in place, that it's not being violated, because that's another important factor out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second for alternative, the 1-year alternative, with staff looking for other means of noise monitoring to come back to the council or stadium authority board with that. Assistant Stadium Authority Clerk, do you have that?
Yes, alternative number 2.
It's alternative number 2. Kevin, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, it's not just alternative number 2, it's alternative number 2 with the addition of direct staff to come up with a report on alternative approaches to noise monitoring and alternative approaches or approaches to noise abatement.
Do you have that, Assistant City Clerk?
I'm typing that up.
Or Assistant Stadium Clerk, or whatever we are right now.
Yes,
I think we're in Stadium Authority now.
I believe this is a council item, but
it is?
Councilmember Park, could you repeat that, please?
It's direct staff. So in addition to number 2, to additionally direct staff on to come up with a report on alternative approaches to noise monitoring. And noise abatement.
Okay. In addition, okay.
Okay, when you're ready, Assistant City Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember, Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes 6-1. Okay, next item is item number 9, discussion and action on potential March 10th, 2022 Cities Association Legislative Action Committee meeting, Assembly Bill 1944 agenda item. And I believe that's you, Councilmember Watanabe, as our Cities Association representative.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I think this should be pretty straightforward and pretty quick. So yes, I attend the legislative advocacy committee with Cities Association. And so we received a notice late last week that there is an item coming up at this Thursday's meeting regarding Assembly Bill 1944, which is being proposed by Assembly Member Alex Lee. And the proposal is that members of a local legislative body, upon majority vote, they would be able to waive the Brown Act requirements of publishing their private address on the meeting agenda and making this address open to members of the public. And it also requires a remote participation option for members of the public to address the body only during meetings when the legislative body elects to use teleconferencing. So although the legislature is not in session at the moment, or this item is not being discussed, the Cities Association is asking all of its members to get the support or no support or abstain positions from their respective councils to be able to bring back to the meeting on Thursday. I want to, before I forget, I want to thank staff for being so quick and being able to pull all of this together, and also reaching out to our lobbyist, Townsend and Associates, to get their input as well. And as you will see as part of the packet, that Townsend is actually recommending a support position on this particular bill. However, I will just yield to the council, and if there's any discussion, otherwise, if somebody would like to make a motion as to what position the city council would like to take on this particular bill, so I can take it to Cities Association on Thursday. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, but you're asking for a support position on this?
Yes, I'm asking for a support position, yeah.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jane, followed by
Yes, I would like to make a motion that this council support the position recommended by Townsend for AB 1944, and that we authorize Councilmember Watanabe to take action on the potential LAC meeting.
I'll second that.
All right, Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I want to support this. I was just not very clear. There used to be a 72-hour requirement that you post that you are going to be remote, and I wasn't clear if they were taking that out along with the posting your address. And did it mean only a home address? What we've used this for when we're at a conference or something, and in the past you had to post that on your hotel room door. So it seemed that it was talking about home addresses. I just wanted to make certain I was clear that that just meant any address where you were at when you were going to be in a meeting remotely. Thank you.
I don't know if we have staff.
Sure,
Christine,
I can answer that.
Thank you, or Sue. Yeah.
Sure. So the way it's written is that it's a location that is not public. So that would include a hotel room, it would include a home, that's the way it's written. Just to be clear, this is a very new bill. There's a long way for this bill to go before it becomes a law, and a lot of opportunities for this bill to be changed. So as it's written now, that's what it says. I would expect some more detail, some more refining before this actually becomes a law.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion, and did we have a second on the motion?
I believe I heard Councilmember Shahal.
Okay, thank you for the second. Councilmember Becker, you have a comment?
Yeah, I guess maybe you can confirm. I think before, when we had other council members in the prior administration, they were calling in from remote locations and they provided their addresses. This is the same thing, right?
No, you don't have.
It is related. So
Okay.
before COVID, the basic Brown Act rule is if you are teleconferencing in, you have to follow all the agenda noticing requirements that we would have here in City Hall. So if you're calling in from a vacation location, you have to post the agenda just like it's posted here in City Hall. And we have to place on the agenda the address where that remote call-in is from. As a result of the various COVID rules, whether it be an executive order or AB 361, those posting and notice of the remote address requirements have been essentially suspended. And so what this law does is it goes back understanding that the emergency situation will end at some point, but allowing for this teleconferencing option to continue for members of the public. What it does is it essentially ties together allowing for teleconferencing by members of the public and allowing for council members to call in remotely if necessary and not have to post the private location address that they're calling from. So those two things now get married in this bill.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I remember before we had council meetings and I'd see, I think Councilmember O'Neill, prior Councilmember O'Neill, she was calling from a conference and they had the address on there. And then I think former Councilmember Colstead had the same thing. He had a prior address.
We had to do it for all of the people that weren't there. Yes. Okay.
So cool.
All right. Motion and a second. Thank you. Motion and a second. Do we have any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Okay, seeing none. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, thank you, and that passes unanimously. Next, we have reports of members and special committees. Does any member have a report or special committee report? Okay, seeing none. City manager? Nope, we don't have that. Adjournment. Now we have two adjournments. Councilmember Watanabe wanted to read the first one. So go ahead, Councilmember Watanabe. We're going to adjourn the March 8th, 2022 council meeting and authorities concurrent and special stadium authority meeting in memory of the following individuals. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of William Grunder, a former Santa Clara resident and veteran, and he's also the father of Renee Hernandez, who is a Santa Clara resident and Sister City supporter, and both she and her husband have been very involved with Santa Clara High School when their children were enrolled there. Now they're in college and married. But William Grunder was born on March 16th, 1945 in Merced, California. William was a former resident of Santa Clara. His daughter Renee Hernandez is part of Santa Clara Sister Cities, and her family still lives here in Santa Clara. When he was just 20 years old, William joined the U.S. Marine Corps and was a decorated veteran who served in Vietnam and spent years in the reserves until 1971. After serving in the military, William started working at the local cannery as a machine mechanic. William had a passion for playing softball, watching sports, and being a history buff. Staff Sergeant William Grunder, 76, passed away peacefully and was surrounded by family at his home on February 22nd, 2022. He is survived by his wife, Roseanne, 2 children, Renee and Gary, and 7 grandchildren, Taylor, Anthony, Courtney, Nick, Matt, Austin, and Blake. May his memory be a blessing.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Next, we have an adjournment that Councilmember Chahal asked to read.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like the council to adjourn today in memory of Juan Pedro Diaz Velasco. Juan Pedro Diaz Velasco was born on February 5th, 1938 in Oaxaca, Mexico, to Rosendo Diaz Juliano Velasco. He was the second oldest son of 7 siblings. On September 8th, 2001, him and his wife left his beloved country to be with his sons and daughters in Santa Clara. Juan Pedro did not have much financially, nor a high education, but he had a great love for his family and taught his children a strong work ethic, discipline, loyalty, and morals. These qualities will serve them throughout their life. He had a great sense of humor, loved to socialize, and take trips in VTA buses. He will be missed for all of those who had the good fortune to know him. Juan Pedro loved to spend time with his family, always had a great smile and a positive attitude. He passed away on the evening of January 29, 2022 at the age of 83. Juan Pedro's legacy is continued on by his wife, Alejandra, 6 sons, 3 daughters, Pedro, Trinidad, Rocio, Juan Pablo, Jorge, Manuel, Jolita, Lorena, Eduardo, and 12 beloved grandchildren and 2 great grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also going to ask for a moment of silence in memory of Morgan Chalou, who was a beloved employee here in the city of Santa Clara. And our condolences go out to his wife, Christina, and their children. We adjourned in his memory on February 22nd, but I'd like to give a moment of silence in memory of Morgan. May I please have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Second. Motion second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal, Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Good evening.